3 Indian sailors, non-combatants, civilians, on board a merchant vessel. So there are multiple minefields that this relationship now has to negotiate. But there is tremendous promise too. If both car parties continue to invest in this relationship, India has been investing, will America invest as much? The images that you see on your television screen, they come just a day before Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the American president are scheduled to hold that one-on-one meeting on the sidelines of the G7 summit. The timing couldn't be more significant. India and the United States of America, they're close to finalizing the first tranche of the trade agreement, a deal that could reshape economic ties between the world's largest and the oldest democracies, the largest, the fastest growing large economy, and of course, the largest economy of the world. But trade is only one part of the story. The two leaders, while they continue to share strong personal equation, President Trump has repeatedly described Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a dear friend, a close friend, as one of the world's great leaders. But then how does that relationship translate into better ties between the people of the two countries, for the betterment of the ties between two countries? Because behind this public warmth lies the relationship that's encountered significant turbulence in the past 16 months. And one of the biggest disagreements has been over Operation Sindoor and the subsequent ceasefire. India insists that ceasefire happened because Pakistan sought a ceasefire. President Trump continues to insist that he deserves a Nobel Prize because he brokered a ceasefire. President Trump has repeatedly claimed the United States played a significant role in bringing about a de-escalation, and India is very clear there is no third-party mediation between India and a state sponsor of radical Islamist terror, Pakistan. India firmly rejected any suggestion of third-party mediation. All decisions were taken bilaterally after Pakistan sought a ceasefire. Trade, like we mentioned, remains a major niggle or a major sticking point between the two relationships. They're working towards the first tranche of an agreement, but differences persist over tariff, market access, contours of the final deal. U.S. is seeking greater access for its agricultural and dairy products in Indian markets, and India has made it very clear that there is no way, either directly or indirectly, U.S. agricultural produce is not coming, especially corn that American president is very keen on, is coming into Indian markets. India, on the other hand, is very determined. It protects the interests of our farmers and the sensitive dairy sector. Energy is another area where differences have surfaced, though India has made that conscious effort to engage the U.S. more on energy requirements. Washington at times sought to portray India's procurement of the discounted Russian oil as a consequence of U.S. policy choices. India said all the framework that was in place in the world, Russian oil was discounted. The world had decided that discounted oil could be procured, and India did it for the betterment of India and, of course, European countries and all those. Otherwise, prices would have gone up. India has consistently maintained energy decisions are sovereign decisions guided by national interest and energy security considerations alone. So the two leaders meeting on the sidelines of G7, will they now help bring the relationship on an even keel? The Trump-Modi meeting tomorrow becomes significant. This handshake, is this a crucial icebreaker? I quickly want to cut across to France and bring in India Today's Pranay Upadhyay. Pranay, what's the conversation around the handshake and no hug? Is this an icebreaker of sorts?
There's optimism as far as this relationship is concerned. This was an icebreaker. After 16 months, both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and U.S. President Donald Trump were face-to-face. They shook hands. But in fact, the setting was quite formal. In fact, this is a good primer, good start ahead of their much-awaited meeting between Prime Minister Modi and U.S. President Donald Trump on the sidelines of the G7 summit. But a lot has happened. As you rightly mentioned, Gaurav, that there is absolutely no question of diluting India's priority or India's red line. But certainly, India is candid enough to take up its issues and its concern. And without diluting India's core concern, India can take the relationship forward. And as a strategic partner, it's all about managing the relationship, minimizing the differences and maximizing the consensus. And you have seen that, many a times the bond or the relationship between the two leaders actually creates the environment for both the bureaucracies to work out, minimize the differences, to take forward the relationship, build on that consensus and the ideas conceived by the two leaders. And here we have seen that how U.S. President Donald Trump, in President Donald Trump's previous term between 2016 and 2020, created the foundation. In fact, in last 16 months, we have taken this relationship going through a very rough phase. But let's see whether these leaders, when they would be meeting in the serene and scenic environment of Évian, will they be able to push the reset button? Will they be able to take forward the relationship and set aside the differences and work on
Pranay,
on maximizing
because
the
President
consensus?
Trump, in this room where he's sitting, he doesn't have many friends inside this room, many trusted partners, even though, he and other NATO allies should have been on the same page. But whether it's Ukraine or Greenland or the manner in which he's been talking down to Europe, he doesn't have many friends in that room.
Absolutely. And that's why many questions, many analysts thought that, it was total disaster to lose a friend like India, a relationship which was built over the course of 2.5 decades and last 25 years. This relationship is a unique relationship which enjoyed a bipartisan support, both in the United States and India. There have been governments of different colors and shades in both the countries. But in fact, this relationship moved steadily and upwardly. But in last 16 months, we have seen that how domestic politics of United States and President Donald Trump's own, political style has actually created trouble for this relationship. But, having said that, one factor to be noted here, that as far as Prime Minister Narendra Modi and U.S. President Donald Trump and their relationship is concerned, President Donald Trump every time mentioned that he considered Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a great friend, as a true friend. And in fact, he said in as many words, a few days ago, that he considered himself as a big fan of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So let's see how this relationship actually translates in action. What tangible outcomes can come from this relationship, and actually after this meeting, because there are many issues where India will be looking forward to get more benefit for more relief, be it the visa policy or be it taking forward the trade relationship and building upon for more stronger ties with a strategic partner like United States.
I will come back to you for more. Pranay is our man on ground, and we'll keep an eye on these latest developments. I want to quickly bring into this conversation Ambassador Veena Sikri, former top diplomat. Daniel Silverberg is managing director at Capstone, former Pentagon and Capitol Hill official who joins us on this broadcast. Jayant Krishna is senior fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Sandeep Punithan is senior journalist tracking India-US relations very closely. Ambassador Sikri, when you look at these images, the firm handshake, no hug, decode these images for us. What does the body language of the two leaders indicate, ma'am?
I think it's a good beginning. It's a good beginning because you can see that President Trump got up with great alacrity to receive the Prime Minister who was approaching him. And the Prime Minister looked firmly and directly into the eyes of President Trump. And it was a good, firm handshake, a good handshake. And, in the end, President Trump, patted Prime Minister Modi. Maybe President Trump was expecting a hug, but Prime Minister Modi stood his ground. It was firm. It was a very good first handshake, I think, that took place there. And it sets the tone for the meeting tomorrow, which I think will be a good and important meeting after 16 months. We have seen already that the USTR, the trade representative, is already headed for India. So while there may not be an announcement of the trade deal tomorrow, I think that perhaps when the USTR is in Delhi next week, there will certainly be a big focus on the trade deal, and maybe that will be concluded now. But certainly, in the aftermath of the Iran-US peace deal, MOU, there's no peace deal, it's just a memorandum of understanding on what will happen next. And I think that would be one of the subjects of discussion between the President.
So let me also quickly bring in Sandeep into this conversation, because Sandeep, US President Donald Trump may claim Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a dear friend or he's a fan or words to that effect. Ultimately, does the relationship benefit Indian people? Would the first proof be if they're moving forward on the trade deal?
Absolutely, Gaurav. There are so many contradictions in the relationship in the last couple of months, in the last 16 months that the two heads of government haven't met. We have not seen a India-US relationship in such a way, in this condition, in the last quarter of a century even, Gaurav. The trade deal is the first test that the two leaders have to take on. And then there are, of course, other issues like the H-1B visas, which are very sensitive here for India. But the trade deal is something that we've been waiting for a very long time. There's talk that the next steps will be set into motion tomorrow. And sometime in July, we could have that trade deal finally, Gaurav.
Daniel Silverberg, the relationship has gone through a roller coaster in the past 16 months. But is there a desire in the United States or the Trump administration, and especially, the White House, not the State Department, does the White House want to bring this relationship on an even keel?
Gaurav, it's good to see you again. Right now, I think that this White House has so many other priorities that it is trying to land that the U.S.-India relationship, regrettably, I think, is not top of mind. I think what's top of mind right now is figuring out how they're going to present this MOU between the U.S. and Iran in as a positive a light as possible to insulate President Trump from accusations that he has signed on to something that is what he thinks is weaker than the JCPOA. From everything we're seeing from alleged leaks, and those can't be trusted, there's a ton of noise, but at least in terms of the framework that the Trump administration officials like J.D. Vance are discussing this agreement, it sure sounds a lot like the way that the JCPOA was set up in terms of some form of financial compensation or sanctions relief in return for Iranian compliance. But we got to see the details and judgment withholding until then.
Yeah, because reports in the United States seem to indicate that the president and the vice president are not on the same page on that, and including the vice president's interview. But that's a debate for another time. Right now, Jayant Krishna, what do these images indicate to you? Is President Trump, as Daniel Silverberg points out, rather distracted? He's facing tremendous criticism in the United States over that trade deal. There are people who say he's surrendered. Israel is very unhappy. So, India clearly wouldn't be on top of his mind, nor would the trade deal be.
So Gaurav, I fundamentally believe that, we all know that India is not a formal member of G7. It's just a special invitee. This is the Prime Minister Modi's, seventh consecutive visit at G7 and India's 13th since inception of G7. So I think I completely agree that, India is not the foremost agenda at this summit at all, even in bilateral, while there'll be a passing reference to the impending trade deal for sure, and the last few irritants. But I don't think the irritants which are left on either side will get resolved at this bilateral in France. Primary focus would be, since India has always been representing the voice of a global South, I think the primary focus would be the West Asia crisis and the Ukraine crisis, to my mind. Because, West Asia crisis, we all know how it has disturbed the energy security, how the oil prices have gone up, how, India's import bill has gone up, and how it has adversely affected India's balance of payment, right? So I think, while it appears that the peace deal with Iran is around the corner, and in a few days' time it will get signed, and even the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, right? But the global South has paid a much heavier price as an outcome of the West Asia crisis than the global North, right? So
Fair enough, but Ambassador Sikri, for the benefit of the one-on-one that the two are having, is that just because they're there, have a one-on-one? Last year I was covering the G7 in Canada at Caracas, and that time President Trump had left. He did not stay back. He invited Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Washington, D.C., which many in India saw as a trap because Asim Munir was there. So tomorrow when they meet, what are your expectations from that meeting? Will there be an effort to bring this relationship on an even keel, or would it rather be just a meet and greet and just review the progress on the overall relationship?
I think there will be a definite effort. Certainly on the trade deal, we have already discussed that. But beyond that, I think President Trump has received enough advice from his own White
Across to more breaking news coming in. UP Mantri's big claim amid Sena defections, where UP Minister O.P. Rajbhar has spoken on the split. He said that the split within Samajwadi Party is next. He said that Samajwadi Party MPs will break away like the TMC. UP Minister O.P. Rajbhar, who said that expect Bengal-like split in Samajwadi Party as well. Also adding that SP MPs are on the verge of breaking away. That's a big statement coming in, given what we've seen has happened in the TMC. Next, of course, to what is happening in the Uddhav faction. And now O.P. Rajbhar saying that next we would witness similar scenes in Samajwadi Party. Listen in.
बंगाल चुनाव के बाद आपने देखा कि 20 सांसद टीएमसी से टूट गए। अब वहाँ उद्धव ठाकरे चिल्ला रहे हैं कि हमारे यहाँ से 7 को जा रहे हैं। देख रहे हैं ना, खनन वाले मंत्री जिनके खिलाफ एफआईआर सीबीआई ने किया, उसी में अखिलेश जी का एफआईआर में नाम हो। आई जो तो राती के गुलदस्ता लेके भिड़ जाते हो योगी जी के, इनकी जान बचौले रहा मंचवा पर।
तो सांसद किस तरीके से मदद करने वाले हैं जो चिट्ठी में आप
अरे सब टूटने जा रहे हैं, सपा छोड़ के जा रहे हैं। अब यहाँ नहीं रहेंगे, पेट भर गया है। जैसे ममता के यहाँ पेट भर गया, सब चल दिए उधर, वैसे इधर से टूट के जाएंगे।
And where exactly is this prediction coming from? On what grounds is O.P. Rajbhar really making this statement? But one thing that he said on camera that you just heard, where he's saying that those within the Samajwadi Party are not happy and it is only a matter of time that they will walk away. He's made an open comparison to what has happened in the TMC, that is seeing its worst implosion at the moment. And even as we continue to get you details of what is happening in Maharashtra with the Uddhav camp that is breaking up further, O.P. Rajbhar making this explosive statement in UP as well. Samajwadi Party is where he said that similar scenes will be witnessed, where SP MPs will break away exactly like the TMC, and a Bengal-like split that has been seen will happen within the Samajwadi Party. Meanwhile, the first UBT Sena reaction coming in after meeting with the Speaker Om Birla. Arvind Sawant has spoken to India today. Listen to what he said.
हमारे साथ अरविंद सावंत बात करने के लिए। अरविंद जी, आज आपने जो है स्पीकर से मुलाकात की है और क्या अपना पक्ष रखा?
स्पीकर साहब ने हमने एक निवेदन दे दिया है और कहा है कि जो कुछ हम सुन रहे हैं, अभी तो कानून पूरे सामने आकर तो नहीं कह रहा, तो उसके प्रावधान अगर संविधान में हमने आपने देखा कि हमारी वहाँ भी एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केस जारी है, तो किसी पे गुट को किसी को मान्यता नहीं दे सकते।
और आपको लगता है कि उनको मर्जर करना पड़ेगा अंत में? अरविंद जी, उनको आपको लगता है कि उनको मर्जर करना पड़ेगा?
कैसे कर सकते हैं कानून?
अरविंद जी, बस लास्ट सवाल है, कल क्या आपने पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की मीटिंग बुलाई है अपनी?
हमने
कल कितने बजे?
सभी को बुलाया।
अरविंद जी, एक सवाल। अरविंद जी, हमारे साथ अरविंद सावंत बात करने के लिए। अरविंद जी, आज आपने जो है स्पीकर से मुलाकात की है और क्या अपना पक्ष रखा?
स्पीकर साहब ने हमने एक निवेदन दे दिया है और कहा है कि जो कुछ हम सुन रहे हैं, अभी तो कानून पूरे सामने आकर तो नहीं कह रहा, तो उसके प्रावधान अगर संविधान में हमने आपने देखा कि हमारी वहाँ भी एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केस जारी है, तो किसी पे गुट को किसी को मान्यता नहीं दे सकते।
और आपको लगता है कि उनको मर्जर करना पड़ेगा अंत में? अरविंद जी, उनको आपको लगता है कि उनको मर्जर करना पड़ेगा?
कैसे कर सकते हैं कानून?
अरविंद जी, बस लास्ट सवाल है, कल क्या आपने पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की मीटिंग बुलाई है अपनी?
हमने
कल कितने बजे?
सभी को बुलाया।
अरविंद जी, एक सवाल।
So there you see confirmation coming in. Tomorrow is the parliamentary party meet, but really on the question of defection within the UBT camp, sort of tight-lipped this after the meeting that has happened with Om Birla. On that note, we have to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side to get you the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
Some films arrive with expectations. Others create a storm so powerful that the entire industry is forced to take notice. And Peddi belongs to the latter category. Like a champion stepping into the arena and refusing to back down, Ram Charan's latest blockbuster has continued its dominant run at the box office, smashing records and winning audiences across the globe. As the film marches into its second weekend, Peddi has crossed an impressive 366 crore worldwide, including 206 crore rupees net in India, cementing its position as one of the biggest cinematic successes of the year. Interestingly, the film's team also announced that Peddi has emerged as South India's highest grossing film of 2026, adding yet another milestone to its remarkable journey. Written and directed by Bucci Babu Sana, Peddi features Ram Charan in the titular role alongside an ensemble cast including Shivaraj Kumar, Janhvi Kapoor, Divyendu Sharma and Jagapati Babu in pivotal roles. At its core, Peddi tells the story of a young man who rises through intense sporting battles while confronting rivalry, pride, and the crushing weight of expectations.
The court verdict said you have the right to love, the right to choose. But in a world ruled by documents and red tape, living together peacefully requires more than just love. It requires a legal existence. In 2025, policy proposals were sent to the high-powered committee. While the larger policy issues still wait for the recommendations of the committee, some ministries and departments have issued executive orders. The RBI allowed joint bank accounts, Centre allowed ration cards to non-married couples. Companies and government offices opened up to hiring openly trans persons and gay persons. The problem, however, is that schemes on paper are different from actual implementation. Even as banking law allows non-blood related persons to open joint accounts, a gay couple who tries to get one could face clueless bankers who ask for certification of marriage or a company partnership. Education policy about inclusion and awareness has not yet translated into textbooks. There are positive steps being taken by some states also for employment, education, even medical treatment. Queer couples and activists have now gone back to court for some specific small issues that could make their life easier.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Co-powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you?
Good afternoon and welcome to Lunch Break. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. UBT MP's abusive ranting while slamming Operation Tiger in Maharashtra. Abuses while attacking Operation Tiger and the rebel MPs. Says, do not edit out my gali. Raut hurls the abuse. Fellow Member of Parliament breaks into a smile.
हे लोक कोण जातायत हे नाही डोंट कट हे कट मत करना हाँ ये लोग जो है बेईमान लोग.
But Shiv Sena dismissing Operation Tiger charges says it is Operation Pragati. Shiv Sena claiming dissent within the Uddhav camp, nothing to do with the Shinde Sena. Sitting next to Donald Trump, Prime Minister Modi raises the issue of the Indian seafarer's death at G7 as the issue that is raised by the Prime Minister. Says many Indian civilians have lost their life, asserting it is our responsibility to ensure safety of global shipping lanes. All eyes on Modi-Trump bilateral at 5:50 p.m. today evening. Modi setting the tone for the Trump meeting. Only handshake though with the first meeting. No hugs this time. Seated next to the U.S. President, Prime Minister underscores the trust deficit issue, calls out those misusing tech and trade, says must respect international law. And again, the Melody magic is back. Modi-Melanie reunion stealing the G7 spotlight. Melanie gushes over friend Modi, says we are most famous people on Instagram. The first reaction coming in of Member of Parliament of the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray camp, Sanjay Raut. So there was a gully politics, a bit of anger and abuses. So there it is, anger, abuses in the agitation that's following. Sanjay Raut, now speaking to India Today, says have met the UBT Sena MPs, have met the Lok Sabha Speaker. Basically, so there is no rebellion. Let's listen in to what Sanjay Raut had said earlier. Arvind Sawant has also spoken to India Today. Let's listen in.
के सांसद संजय राउत। संजय जी, आप लोग आज मुलाकात किए हैं स्पीकर से, किस विषय के ऊपर मुलाकात की आपने?
हमने एक लेटर दिया है स्पीकर साहब को कैबिनेट, अगर कोई आता है शिवसेना यूबीटी के नाम से अलग गुट बनाने के लिए, वो गैरकानूनी है, हमसे बात करिए, हमारी बात समझ लीजिए और नियम कानून और संविधान 10th शेड्यूल और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो डायरेक्शन है उसका पालन हो जाए।
आपने ट्वीट किया कि पैसे का खेल हो रहा है, 15-15 करोड़ पे एडवांस दिए गए हैं, किनको दिए गए हैं?
इस देश में ऐसे मामले में क्या फूलों का खेल होता है, क्या फलों का खेल होता है? पैसों का ही खेल होगा ना।
तो आपकी पार्टी के जो सांसद हैं उनको एडवांस भेज दिया गया, आपका कहना है?
मैंने किसी पार्टी का नाम नहीं लिया है ट्वीट में, आप देख लीजिए। महाराष्ट्र के सांसद हूँ, ऐसा कहा।
लेकिन आप यहाँ आए, आपने कहा ट्वीट की वजह से, इसलिए
देख लेंगे, देख लेंगे।
क्या आपको लगता है कि एकनाथ शिंदे इस पूरे खेल को कर रहे हैं और इसके खेल के पीछे कौन होगा?
आप जिनका नाम ले रहे हो वो इतने बड़े आदमी नहीं है कि ये सब कर सके।
तो उन्होंने पहले किया, इसलिए
वो क्या करेंगे? पावर है ना, सत्ता है, और क्या है? हमारे पास होगी तो हम करेंगे, लेकिन हम नहीं करेंगे, हम डेमोक्रेसी का पालन करेंगे।
We will follow the democracy, and also saying that this is not really about the rebel MPs as much as alleging that there is a coup being initiated or attempted. However, remember, this follows what Sanjay Raut had said early this morning, a sort of anger, abuse that had come in. Even then, asking media persons deployed, do not edit out what I have said, referring to the abuse. Of course, as per guidelines, we're not going to air that abuse, but it reflected basically about what is unfolding in the UBT Sena, the anger over whether it's rumour mongering or in reality a rebellion. Let's then play out for you what did Sanjay Raut say specifically to India Today.
आप लोग आज मुलाकात किए हैं स्पीकर से, किस विषय के ऊपर मुलाकात की आपने?
हमने एक लेटर दिया है स्पीकर साहब को कैबिनेट, अगर कोई आता है शिवसेना यूबीटी के नाम से अलग गुट बनाने के लिए, वो गैरकानूनी है, हमसे बात करिए, हमारी बात समझ लीजिए और नियम कानून और संविधान 10th शेड्यूल और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो डायरेक्शन है उसका पालन हो जाए।
आपने ट्वीट किया कि पैसे का खेल हो रहा है, 15-15 करोड़ पे एडवांस दिए गए हैं, किनको दिए गए हैं?
इस देश में ऐसे मामले में क्या फूलों का खेल होता है, क्या फलों का खेल होता है? पैसों का ही खेल होगा ना।
तो आपकी पार्टी के जो सांसद हैं उनको एडवांस भेज दिया गया, आपका कहना है?
मैंने किसी पार्टी का नाम नहीं लिया है ट्वीट में, आप देख लीजिए। महाराष्ट्र के सांसद हूँ, ऐसा कहा।
लेकिन आप यहाँ आए, आपने कहा ट्वीट की वजह से, इसलिए
देख लेंगे, देख लेंगे।
क्या आपको लगता है कि एकनाथ शिंदे इस पूरे खेल को कर रहे हैं और इसके खेल के पीछे कौन होगा?
आप जिनका नाम ले रहे हो वो इतने बड़े आदमी नहीं है कि ये सब कर सके।
तो उन्होंने पहले किया, इसलिए
वो क्या करेंगे? पावर है ना, सत्ता है, और क्या है? हमारे पास होगी तो हम करेंगे, लेकिन हम नहीं करेंगे, हम डेमोक्रेसी का पालन करेंगे।
This is very interesting. Sanjay Raut saying that it's not in Eknath Shinde's capability to initiate that coup. So is he referring that there is somebody else who has managed this coup, or at least is trying to have the rebel MPs, even though Sanjay Raut clearly maintains that this is not Operation Tiger. Most of their leaders are all with them. Nobody out of the 9 members of parliament of the UBT Sena, 7 were expected to defect, but he says all are together. Getting us that first big exclusive is Himanshu Mishra for the latest on this. हिमांशु जी, एक चीज हमें बताइए कि जिस तरह इन्होंने ये कहा कि एकनाथ शिंदे तो ये नहीं कर सकते, तो क्या वो कह रहे हैं कोई और बड़ी पावर है जो ये सबको इनिशिएट कर रही है, या कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है अभी यूबीटी सेना में?
देखिए, बिल्कुल जिस तरीके से संजय राउत ने कहा कि ये एकनाथ शिंदे नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उनका इशारा साफ साफ जिस तरीके से उन्होंने कल देर रात जो है सोशल मीडिया पे ट्वीट किया, और उसके बाद जो है उन्होंने लिखा ये पैसे जो हैं वो दिए जा रहे हैं, ये मनी का खेल है, 15-15 करोड़ पे एडवांस दिए गए हैं। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि मैंने किसी पार्टी का नाम नहीं लिया, किसी सांसद का नाम नहीं लिया। इशारों में उनका इशारा जो है एकनाथ शिंदे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे था।
Right, Himanshu Mishra getting us that big exclusive of Sanjay Raut. Also, he's spoken to Arvind Sawant. And what we are going to do is, I'm going to play out the other reactions of the UBT Sena members of parliament. They are still confident. They are still together, they say. Uddhav camp loyalists speaking one by one to India Today. All big newsmakers here. But there's a lot of gali politics also happened. Let's listen in now to Arvind Sawant and Anil Desai.
हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे के अनिल देसाई। अनिल जी, आज आपने स्पीकर से मुलाकात की है, किस विषय को रखा है?
विषय यही रखा है कि भाई अगर कोई इस ग्रुप को लेके कोई आता है आपके पास में, व्यवस्था आपके हाथ में है, आरपी एक्ट संविधान में जो प्रावधान है उसको लेके हमने लेटर दिया है। अगर कोई पहुंचता है तो हमसे पहले
आपसे बात करें। लेकिन ये आपको शक हो रहा है कि क्या जो है आपकी पार्टी के 6 एमपी जो हैं वो टूटकर एकनाथ शिंदे ग्रुप के साथ जा सकते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे नहीं होगा। हमको पूरा विश्वास है हमारे एमपी हमारे साथ में। लेकिन अगर कोई बात ऐसे बनती है और मजबूरन उनको कुछ ऐसा करना पड़ता है तो हमने उसी लिए इनके पास लेकर
एक अंतिम सवाल है कि ये कहा जा रहा है कि 19 तारीख को जो है वो शिवसेना के स्थापना दिवस के 7 साल हो रहे हैं। ऐसे में आपको एक बड़ा झटका लग सकता है एकनाथ शिंदे की तरफ से। पहले भी एक आपको झटका लगा था, आपको मालूम है।
इसीलिए हमने सावधानी बरतने के लिए ही उनके पास में पहले से ये दिया हुआ।
स्पीकर साहब ने हमने एक निवेदन दे दिया है और कहा है कि जो कुछ हम सुन रहे हैं, अभी तो कानून सामने आकर तो नहीं कह रहा, तो उसके प्रावधान अगर संविधान में हमने आपने देखा कि हमारी वहाँ भी एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट में केस जारी है, तो उसी पे गुट को किसी को मान्यता नहीं दे सकते।
और आपको लगता है कि उनको मर्जर करना पड़ेगा अंत में? अरविंद जी, उनको आपको लगता है कि उनको मर्जर करना पड़ेगा?
कैसे कर सकते हैं कानून कैसे?
अरविंद जी, बस लास्ट सवाल है, कल क्या आपने पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की मीटिंग बुलाई है अपनी?
हमने
कल कितने बजे?
सभी को बुलाया।
So that's what is happening. 9 members of parliament, some of them were expected to be arriving in Delhi, and that led to a certain whether confusion or rumor that they could be jumping ship. But for now, the UBT Sena has in fact targeted the ones who are either jumping ship or the ones who, according to him, are spreading rumors that it's happening, abusing them. Sanjay Raut has said that this is unacceptable, but he's also speaking to India Today exclusively maintains that it's not in Eknath Shinde's ability to be able to initiate such a coup. It's not in his power. When Himanshu Mishra asked him who could possibly then do, he said it's not Eknath Shinde. Even previously, it's not him, but it is power. It is greed that's happening. So we'll continue to play out through the day about what Sanjay Raut has said, what Anil Desai and Arvind Sawant are saying. Now remember, 9 members of parliament, very important number for the UBT Sena, because even though the Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde is in power in the government, however, with these 9 MPs, if Uddhav Thackeray isn't able to keep the flock together, it could become an existential crisis for Shiv Sena. So let's first listen in to what Sanjay Raut had said while sitting with Arvind Sawant. A little bit of an abuse there, which we have to beep out, and then what he said after meeting India Today's Himanshu Mishra.
बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंनी आम्हाला मुलासारखं वाढवलं सगळ्यांना. उद्धव ठाकरेंनी आमच्यावरती सातत्यानं भावासारखं प्रेम केलं. हे लोक कोण जात आहेत हे नाही, डोंट कट, हे कट मत करणार. बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंनी आम्हाला मुलासारखं वाढवलं सगळ्यांना. हा, उद्धव ठाकरेंनी आमच्यावरती सातत्यानं भावासारखं प्रेम केलं. हे लोक कोण जात आहेत हे नाही, डोंट कट, हे कट मत करणार. बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंनी आम्हाला मुलासारखं वाढवलं सगळ्यांना. हा, उद्धव ठाकरेंनी आमच्यावरती सातत्यानं भावासारखं प्रेम केलं.
कि ये ऑपरेशन टाइगर की चर्चा चारों ओर है. इस वक्त हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए हैं शिवसेना यूबीटी के सांसद राजा बाबू वगैरह, और जो इस वक्त दिल्ली भी पहुंच चुके हैं क्योंकि कल एक बड़ी मीटिंग होने वाली है, पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की मीटिंग होने वाली है और सभी सांसदों को कहा गया दिल्ली पहुंचने के लिए. सर, सभी सांसदों को कहा गया दिल्ली पहुंचने के लिए, आप भी आज दिल्ली आ गए?
नहीं, मैं आज इंडस्ट्री कमेटी की मीटिंग है, इसलिए मैं वही मीटिंग के लिए आया था. अभी ये सब घटना घट रही है वो मुझे मालूम नहीं था, लेकिन आज मैं आ गया हूँ.
आपकी इंडस्ट्री की मीटिंग
3 बजे आज मीटिंग है.
आज मीटिंग है 3 बजे. लेकिन जो चर्चाएं चल रही हैं, ऑपरेशन टाइगर चल रहा है, उसके बारे में बहुत चर्चाएं चल रही है. आप भी देख रहे होंगे हर जगह क्या क्या चल रहा है. आप भी गए थे संजय राउत जी से मिलने के लिए. इन चर्चाओं पर आपकी क्या राय है?
नहीं, मुझे कुछ मालूम नहीं, लेकिन मेरा जो कहना है, मेरा जो स्टैंड है वो क्रिस्टल क्लियर है. मैं शिवसेना उद्धव बाळासाहेब ठाकरे के साथ हूँ, रहूँगा.
उन्हीं के सिंबल पर चुनाव लड़े और जब तक आप सांसद हैं तब तक आप उनके साथ रहेंगे?
उनके साथ ही रहेंगे.
जो ये कहा जा रहा है कि कुछ सांसदों को फोन किया गया, 15-15 करोड़ रुपए दिए गए, क्या ऐसा आपने कहीं सुना?
नहीं, मेरे से किसी से आज तक बात हुई नहीं है. मुझे किसी ने ऑफर दिए नहीं है. मुझे कोई मिला नहीं है और न मैं किसी से मिला हूँ.
ना मिले, ना कहीं आप जाने की इच्छा है आपकी? ये कहा गया एकनाथ शिंदे गुट की तरफ से कि वही रियल शिवसेना है, वही छत्रपति शिवाजी और वही बाला साहेब ठाकरे के प्रिंसिपल्स पर चल रहे हैं. आपको ऐसा लगता है?
ठीक है, ये देखिए, उनका कहना जो है उनकी जगह पे सही होगा, लेकिन मैं उद्धव जी के चुनाव चिन्ह पे चुनाव जीत चुका हूँ. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मेरी एक धारणा है कि हम उनके साथ रहना चाहिए.
9 में से 6 सांसद कहा जा रहा है कि उधर जाने के
नहीं है. मैं किधर नहीं जा रहा हूँ, मैं उनके साथ हूँ.
अच्छा, आपको कहीं कॉल, कोई फोन, किसी ने कुछ नहीं कहा? कोई अप्रोच?
किसी ने अप्रोच?
किसी ने कहा कि आप दिल्ली आइए, मुलाकात करिए? कुछ
किसी ने कहा नहीं मुझे. मैं आज इंडस्ट्री कमेटी के मीटिंग के लिए आया हूँ. अगर ये सब गड़बड़ मालूम होती तो मैं आता ही नहीं था ये मीटिंग के लिए.
अच्छा, आप इन सब चीजों में पढ़ना ही नहीं चाहते?
We have a shocking news coming in from Gurugram. This is Delhi NCR, remember, and a luxury residential complex where there appears to be a horrifying case of rage and brutality. What exactly happened? We were told that an elevator lift reportedly stalled for about a few minutes and some young residents got trapped inside. By the time the lift operator who rushed to the spot, the lift had restarted and reached the ground floor. But what followed was shocking. Police says that an argument broke out, after which the youth, some of them apparently who were trapped, and their associates who were called after, assaulted the operator, the lift operator, with sticks and rods. And worse, that this individual, who obviously will come when the lift would get stuck or there would be a call made, the injuries received to him were even to his eyes and other body parts. We had to blur out a little bit. He was rushed to hospital. Then he was shifted to All India Institute of Medical Sciences. One eye had to be removed. A damaged eye of this lift operator had to be removed. Why? Because according to some of these youths, that the lift operator did not arrive in time. The visual on your screen of him being beaten black and blue by these young men who, by then the lift had restarted, so they were clearly in a fine condition. It's not that they had suffered. With this inconvenience, this individual permanently disabled. Do we blame the lift operator here? Or perhaps it was a technical glitch and some of the youth should have kept their patience. I want to immediately bring in Arvind Oja for the latest. Arvind, मैं अगर सिचुएशन समझना चाह रही हूँ, पहले मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ, जो ये यंग लड़के थे, ये कितनी उम्र के होंगे, कितनी देर ये फंसे, क्या इनके फंसने से इनको कोई प्रॉब्लम हुई जो ये लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर को इतनी बुरी तरह पीटते चले गए?
देखिए लिफ्ट जो 9 जून को फंसी थी गुरुग्राम का सेक्टर 93 की एक पॉश सोसाइटी है जिसमें 7th फ्लोर पर जो ये लड़के थे वो लिफ्ट चुकी उसमें फंस गई थी, रुक गई थी, उसमें फंसे हुए थे। उसके बाद जो गौरव नाम का जो लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर था वो 7th फ्लोर पर जाता है, लेकिन जो लड़के हैं वो उनको निकालता है और उसके बाद फिर जो लड़के निकलते हैं उनका गुस्सा फूटता है और 3 से 4 लड़के जो सीसीटीवी उसमें दिखाई दे रहे हैं वो गौरव को बुरी तरह से मारपीट करने लगते हैं। गौरव को दिल्ली की एम्स अस्पताल में एडमिट कराया गया है जहां पर उसकी एक आंख बुरी तरह से खराब हो चुकी है। गुरुग्राम पुलिस ने इस मामले में एफआईआर दर्ज की, एक अक्यूज्ड को अरेस्ट किया है, लेकिन सीसीटीवी में दिखाई दे रहा है कि और भी लड़के थे जो गौरव की पिटाई कर रहे थे। अब सवाल ये है कि अगर लिफ्ट खराब हो गई, जो मोस्टली दिल्ली एनसीआर की सोसाइटी में इस तरह के इंसिडेंट आते हैं, तो क्या लिफ्ट खराब होने का गुस्सा लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर पर ऐसा निकाला जाएगा कि इतनी बुरी तरह से मारा जाएगा कि वो उसकी जो वो उसकी एक आंख खराब हो गई। फिलहाल उसका एम्स में इलाज करवाया जा रहा है।
पुलिस क्या कह रही है? क्या जो हमें वीडियो में दिख रहे हैं उनको इतनी बुरी तरह मार रहे, पीट रहे हैं? क्योंकि लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर को इतनी बुरी तरह पीटने का मुझे तो कोई ऐसा रीजन समझ नहीं आ रहा है। अगर वहां कोई बच्चा होता जो फंस गया था या किसी के साथ कुछ हादसा हो जाता है तो गुस्सा समझ भी आएगा शायद, लेकिन इस वक्त आप पुलिस से क्या बात कर रहे हैं? पुलिस क्या कह रही है? कंप्लेंट फाइल हुई है और क्या इन लड़कों के खिलाफ भी कुछ एक्शन लिया जाएगा?
देखिए पुलिस ने एक अक्यूज्ड को अरेस्ट किया था, लेकिन अब इंडिया टुडे के पास जो ये सीसीटीवी हमने एक्सेस किया है ये अब पुलिस को मिला है, तो पुलिस का कहना है कि अब अभी इसमें जो और अक्यूज सीसीटीवी में दिखाई दे रहे हैं उनको भी अरेस्ट किया जाएगा। देखिए गुस्सा अपनी जगह है, ये टेक्निकल फॉल्ट है जिसके जरिए लिफ्ट रुकती है, लेकिन गुस्से का मतलब ये नहीं कि किसी की पीट कर वो किसी को इस तरह से पीटा जाए कि उसकी आंख खराब हो जाए, वो जिंदगी और मौत के बीच जूझता रहे। तो गुस्सा अपनी जगह है, लेकिन ये एक टेक्निकल फॉल्ट था, जांच में भी ये सामने आया। लेकिन अब जो कंप्लेंट दी गई है उसके आधार पर गुरुग्राम पुलिस ने एक अक्यूज्ड को अरेस्ट किया है, बाकी अक्यूज्ड एब्सकॉन्डिंग है, उनको अरेस्ट करने की कोशिश कर रही है गुरुग्राम।
अरविंद, क्या ये बात आप कंफर्म कर सकते हैं कि इनकी एक आंख चली गई है इन लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर की, और क्या नाम है इनका? गौरव आप कह रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर है गौरव, और जब ये लिफ्ट फंसी उसके बाद इसने काफी एफर्ट किया, 7th फ्लोर पर ये भागा, लिफ्ट को चालू कराने की इसने कोशिश की, और लेकिन जब लड़के निकलते हैं तब गौरव को बुरी तरह से मारा जाता है। जो डॉक्टर हैं, जो पुलिस है, वो कह रही कि इनकी एक आंख बुरी तरह से खराब हुई है, ऑपरेट किया गया है। फिलहाल दिल्ली की एम्स अस्पताल में इनका इलाज कराया जा रहा है।
अरविंद, मुझे बताइए, दिल्ली एनसीआर में क्या आपको पिछले कुछ दिनों में, महीनों में ऐसे इंस्टेंसेस ज्यादा आ रहे हैं कि छोटी सी बात पर एक बड़ा अल्टरकेशन हो जाता है, मारपीट हो जाती है, मारने पे बात आ जाती है?
बिल्कुल, और खासतौर से दिल्ली एनसीआर की जो सोसाइटी है में वो इस तरह के इंसिडेंट लगातार हम रिपोर्ट भी कर रहे हैं। गार्ड पर गुस्सा निकाला जाता है, सोसाइटी के लोग आपस में भिड़ जाते हैं, आरडब्ल्यूए के बीच लड़ाई झगड़े हो जाते हैं। और खासतौर से नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा की बात की जाए तो बीते कुछ महीनों में और कुछ सालों में हमने देखा है कि किस तरह से लिफ्ट खराब हो जाती है। जो सोसाइटी है उसमें मेंटेनेंस ठीक तरीके से नहीं होता है, लिफ्ट खराब हो जाती है। लेकिन लिफ्ट खराब होने की वजह से ऐसा गुस्सा तो पहली बार देखने को मिला है, और वो गुरुग्राम से है, जिसमें जो लिफ्ट ऑपरेटर है उस पर ही जो लोग हैं टूट पड़ते हैं और उसको बुरी तरह से लाठी डंडे से मारते हैं।
तो अरविंद, और ये मैं जानना चाहूंगी, ये गुरुग्राम से जो आप बता रहे हैं, यहाँ से अभी कुछ लोगों ने, कोई वहां के बाकी रेजिडेंट्स कुछ कह रहे हैं? वहां पे अभी चुप्पी है?
नहीं, देखिए जो लोकल रेजिडेंट्स हैं वो भी मानते हैं कि ये जो जिस तरह से गौरव की पिटाई हुई है वो भी गलत है, और इस वजह से फॉर्मल एक कंप्लेंट दी गई है, और उसके बाद फिर गुरुग्राम पुलिस ने लिया है। अब ये जो सीसीटीवी एक्सेस किया उससे गुरुग्राम पुलिस को ये पता चला है कि इसमें कुछ और भी लड़के थे जिन्होंने गौरव के साथ मारपीट की थी। अब उनको अरेस्ट करने की कोशिश पुलिस कर रही है। पूजा,
अरविंद, अगर आप हमारे साथ बने रहें, because I just want to bring to the viewer what exactly happened. And remember, this can happen to anyone, that you may be in an elevator, you may be in a lift and may get stuck because of a technical glitch. This was at Orchard Avenue Society in Gurugram, 9th June. There were some men, young men, who got trapped inside for a few minutes. That may happen. So what is the next step? An emergency button is pressed. The lift operator, possibly on duty at that point, his name is Gaurav, he rushes to help in. Now this lift is stuck on the 7th floor. So the operator reaches on the 7th floor, which clearly means most likely has taken the stairs. By then the lift has started to come down, or it has restarted for some reason. The operator runs then to the ground floor. He has the door open. These young men come out. He's assisting, helping to ensure it's working. But an argument breaks out between these men and the operator, possibly asking where was he, why was the lift not starting in time. Then they start, not one, not two, but possibly more. They start to assault this lift operator and assaulting him in a manner that he suffers such grievous injuries that one eye has been damaged, possibly permanently, is what doctors are telling us. He's been rushed to hospital, first a closer hospital to Gurugram, then later shifted to All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Delhi. And then it shows us, was this worth a man losing his eye? He was on duty, rushed to duty, but clearly some young men of this society in Gurugram were not too happy about it. I want to thank Arvind Oja for that big story. I'm heading to a very short break. It's UBT MP angry and abusive over Operation Tiger. We'll get you more on what exactly happened, what did Sanjay Raut say, and what did he say then to India Today later.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance Raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
The battle to restore faith in India's biggest medical entrance exam is now being fought on land, in the air and online. Days before the NEET retest, the government has taken the extraordinary step of temporarily blocking Telegram in India. The National Testing Agency claims the messaging platform was being exploited by cheating networks to spread misinformation and create fake paper leak narratives. Authorities say the move is aimed at protecting the integrity of the examination and restoring trust among students. At the heart of the controversy is Telegram's message editing feature. The agency says this loophole was allegedly used to create misleading evidence of paper leaks. According to the NTA, administrators could allegedly edit old posts after an examination had concluded. Question papers could then be attached to those posts while the original timestamp remained unchanged. To the ordinary user, it could appear as though the question paper had been available before the examination. And confusion spread among students already under immense pressure. Now, authorities are fighting back. Telegram access has been blocked until June 22nd. Its message editing feature for existing posts has been disabled till June 30th. And a dedicated cyber surveillance network has been activated to monitor examination-related content online. The crackdown comes as the government rolls out unprecedented security measures for the NEET retest. Question papers are being airlifted by the Indian Air Force. CRPF and CISF personnel are being deployed at examination centres. For lakhs of students, NEET is not just an examination. It is years of sacrifice, years of preparation. This time, authorities say the challenge is not only to stop a paper leak. The big question, can the government restore trust? Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
When the king of cricket and the prince of Punjabi pop share the stage, expectations don't just rise, they explode. And that's exactly what's happening as Virat Kohli and Karan Aujla gear up for a high-profile crossover that has already set social media buzzing. Delhi is gearing up for an electrifying evening on June 21st as cricket legend Virat Kohli and Punjabi pop powerhouse Karan Aujla unite for a high-profile event at the Yashobhoomi Convention Centre in Dwarka. Interestingly, Virat personally confirmed Karan Aujla's involvement through a social media post that instantly grabbed attention. The collaboration is a part of 1-8, which is Virat Kohli's lifestyle brand that has steadily grown into a major youth-focused label.
On 21st June, we are unveiling the future of performance. 1-8, built in India for the world. Come witness this historic moment with me.
The upcoming Delhi event now introduces a musical dimension to the brand's journey, with Aujla joining the spotlight. Meanwhile, Karan Aujla continues to be one of the most influential voices in Punjabi music, and his chartbusters such as Softly, Tauba Tauba, and Admiring You have played a significant role in taking Punjabi pop to audiences across the globe. The announcement also arrives on the heels of Aujla's hugely successful Delhi concert held at Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium earlier this year as part of his P-Pop Culture India tour.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
All right, we are going across now to the G7 summit in France, in Évian, where Prime Minister Modi is now meeting UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Look at that latest visual that's on your screen. This is at the sidelines of the G7 summit that's ongoing. Prime Minister Modi meeting Keir Starmer. This is also after he's already met Donald Trump, was received by the French President Emmanuel Macron, and now he's meeting the UK Prime Minister. So this is going to be important, remember, because India has been invited for the 8th consecutive time as a guest nation. In total, 13 times that India has been a guest country. That's a friend, clearly the most popular friendship we have seen of two countries' leaders on social media. That's Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni as well on the sidelines of the G7 summit. The India-UK trade deal, meanwhile, remember, will take centre stage as Prime Minister Modi is meeting Starmer at the summit. It's the backdrop of strengthening the ties between the two countries. There have been reciprocal visits by the two leaders, remember. There are already bilateral talks happening with the leaders of the UK, UAE on the sidelines of the G summit already. So these are the latest meetings that have come in. Also remember with the meeting with Prime Minister Meloni in the latest, when the Melody moment had come, had caught everyone unaware and literally raised the heat on social media, millions of views for the video that was shared. But why this is important is this is India meeting the top European leadership, Italy, France, the United Kingdom. They are going to discuss, of course, there's exchanging views on conflicts in West Asia, Russia, Ukraine. Even though India has not been involved in the war, the world has borne consequences of what's happened in the West Asia conflict. So that's the meeting happening with UK Prime Minister. That's a bilateral also, we are told, has happened on the sidelines of the G7 in France. And in Évian, where this meeting is currently taking place, he's interacting with all the leaders. And a prominent guest country that India has been since 2019, been invited repeatedly. Last year has been very good, I must add, for India-UK relationship. Trade deal has opened avenues of economic cooperation. India, of course, was, remember, a close friend and ally to the previous UK Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. And now for Keir Starmer also coming in, India is building that relationship. Basically, India is addressing the G7 outreach session. It's titled Forging New Partnership and Rebuilding International Solidarity. And in an interconnected world, ladies and gentlemen, it really doesn't matter if it's a developing or a developed nation, as long as the country, even though so-called a developing nation, but a fastest growing world economy, can be on the same table and put their voice across. That's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar alongside Prime Minister Modi, discussing important issues of progress and prosperity. And with the kind of global world order that we are witnessing, that is possibly changing now, that there wouldn't be just one or two superpowers. So trade and technology are going to be discussed in detail. Look at that, different visuals that we are bringing to you, meeting the Italian Prime Minister, the UK Prime Minister, and I want you to take a look closely at the fourth image. Now that's where all the G7 leaders had got together, but what do you really notice? Even though, yes, there are guest nations, including India, Prime Minister Modi was right at the front row next to the top leadership. And Emmanuel Macron himself ensuring that Prime Minister Modi is standing alongside. Now, this usually is not the kind of respect that's given in to the guest nations. So this is nice that Prime Minister Modi standing next to Macron and Trump. He's met, that's other leaders also, all prime ministers he's meeting. Domestic news now coming in on the UBT Sena defection buzz. Are they going to rebel or not? Will Uddhav Thackeray manage to keep them? We are told a letter signed by 6 UBT MPs have been sent to the Speaker. Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, members of Parliament, letter sent to the Speaker at about 9:30 a.m. 6 MPs have sent that letter and saying what? To merge with the Shinde Sena. These MPs have come to New Delhi. And we're going to get more details on that. I'm joined by India Today's consulting editor, Rajdeep Sardesai. Rajdeep, what are the names that you're hearing among these 6 MPs who possibly submitted that letter? And this comes literally with a question of the existential crisis now of Uddhav Thackeray.
That's right, Pooja. We can now confirm that 6 MPs signed the letter and submitted it to the Lok Sabha Speaker's office this morning at 9:30 a.m. The group is led by Sanjay Jadhav, and the MPs came to Delhi. Some of them flew in from Pune, some flew on a chartered, 2 flew on a chartered flight from Nanded, and 2 came from Mumbai. The 6 gathered last night in a hotel in the national capital, and then early morning submitted this letter. They are expected to go public with what they have submitted in that letter in a day or two. Eknath Shinde, the former Maharashtra Chief Minister, now Deputy Chief Minister, who heads the Shiv Sena Shinde faction, has also arrived in Delhi and has met these rebel MPs. The entire operation was coordinated, if you want to call it an operation or Operation Tiger as it's being called, was coordinated by another Shiv Sena MLA, Pratap Sarnaik. Pratap Sarnaik is the Guardian Minister for Osmanabad. And there was only one MP who was holding out, Om Raje Nimbalkar, who's tangled in a court case involving the murder of his father, where the verdict was expected yesterday but has now been pushed to the 20th. Om Raje Nimbalkar arrived late last night along with Pratap Sarnaik to complete the gang of 6, if you want to call it that. As you saw today when Sanjay Raut convened a press conference at his residence, there were only 3 Shiv Sena MPs there, including 2 Mumbai MPs, Arvind Sawant and Anil Desai. So it appears that the split is now certain and will take place ahead of the foundation day of the Shiv Sena on the 19th, and will add 6 more MPs to the NDA tally, which if you add the 20 and counting MPs of the Trinamool Congress, the tally of the NDA will now go up, Pooja, to 320.
Rajdeep, what is your understanding of this? That were no lessons learned from 2022 in Maharashtra when Eknath Shinde Sena was formed, and I understand that a lot of blame is being put on the NDA and the BJP for initiating this coup. So what is your understanding? Is this a sort of a manhandling by the BJP or the NDA, or do you think this is the incompetence of leaders like Uddhav Thackeray and Mamata Banerjee to keep their flock together, knowing fairly well that these operations could be happening?
Look, there is never one reason for these kind of defections to take place, but it is clear there is no one set formula as well. Different leaders have different grievances, but one rebel MP who I just spoke to said, we were told that if you want funds for your constituencies, you must switch. So one of the factors certainly that is influencing some of these MPs, we are told both in Bengal and Maharashtra, is that if you want funds, then you have to be proximate to power and on the right side of the center. Yes, you could argue that Uddhav Thakray's leadership and that of Mamata Banerjee in Bengal have come under question, but there is little doubt that this is Operation Lotus 2.0 in Maharashtra being carried out under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, who himself, of course, had broken the Shiv Sena first in 2022. Mr. Shinde has been in touch with a lot of these MPs. In fact, this operation has been in the making for more than 6 months. The original plan was to do this in the first week of July. It was expedited because Uddhav Thackeray held a meeting on Sunday where he tried to bring at least half a dozen MPs on his side. When he failed in that context, the Shinde Sena MPs decided to accelerate the process. But there is no one factor. But money is a big factor. Whether one likes it or not, the funding factor has become more and more critical, and that is why questions will be raised as to the manner in which these defections are being organized. Sanjay Raut, of course, is throwing all kinds of numbers. None of them can be proven. But the truth of the matter is there is Sam Dam Danda Bhed politics that's going on in Maharashtra at the moment.
Rajdeep, on a lighthearted note, I have to ask you this question. You know, this is not about just switching a job from one organization to another. This is ideological. This is about loyalty. And I know many people on, for example, on social media or the dining table conversation is, do these politicians have no loyalty? What do you make of that? That I understand if there's an operation, there's greed for power or there is pressure, but eventually one has to stay true to ideology as well.
You see, there are question marks over what is the ideology. Let's not forget, Uddhav Thackeray for the longest time was with the BJP and then broke with the BJP to join hands with the Congress. So the entire ideology of the Shiv Sena, which was seen to be revolved around Hindutva and the persona of Babasaheb Thackeray, collapsed the moment the Eknath Shinde, the moment that Uddhav Thackeray decided to break with the BJP. So the BJP thought that now it is fair game to target their ally. They wooed Eknath Shinde, who in turn has now wooed these MPs. One of the reasons, of course, for the urgency, let's not mask that, is the fact that in the monsoon session of Parliament next month, the BJP is hoping to have a two-thirds majority so that they can pass the delimitation bill along with women's reservations. So that was one of the reasons for the urgency, but ideology really now really matters given the fact that everyone, in a sense, is up for sale and has a price.
And that's sad indeed. But of course, a developing story. We'll continue to track what happens in Maharashtra now. The biggest newsmaker this morning has been Sanjay Raut, and here in an exclusive conversation coming up now with Maria Shakil.
क्यों दे दो मुझे क्यों दे दो स्टार्ट
Hello everyone and welcome to this very special conversation. We have the biggest newsmaker amidst this entire crisis playing out in Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction. Someone who understands Uddhav Thackeray very, very closely, has worked very closely with him, perhaps one of the most trusted lieutenants of Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, Member of Parliament, is joining us here. Sanjay Raut ji, thank you for speaking to India Today. Namaskar. Let me begin with what you have said in the press conference that you held just a couple of hours ago. Resign and go. Who are you telling this? कौन किसको आप बोल रहे हैं कि रिजाइन करके चले जाओ?
देखिए, तृणमूल कांग्रेस के भी हो सकते हैं. जिस तरह से 20-22 सांसद उनके ममता बनर्जी के नाम पर, उनके पार्टी के आइडियोलॉजी पर चुनकर आए और एक बार चुनाव हार गए तो भागे. आपको भागना है तो भाग जाइए, लेकिन जिस पार्टी ने, जिस वोटर ने आपको चुन कर दिया है, आप उनके साथ दगाबाजी क्यों कर रहे हो? आप इस्तीफा दीजिए और जहां जाना है वहां से चुनाव लड़िए. वैसे ही मुंबई में, महाराष्ट्र में, आम आदमी पार्टी में आप कोई भी किसी को कहां से भी किडनैप कर लेता है. डेमोक्रेसी में ये किडनैपिंग है.
लेकिन बहुत सारे सांसद तो अपनी मर्जी से जा रहे हैं.
नहीं, कोई नहीं मर्जी से जाता है. मर्जी से कोई जाता नहीं. मर्जी से चुनाव हमारे पार्टी में आप लड़ते हो ना. चुनाव आप अपनी मर्जी से हमारे पास आकर, हमारा उम्मीदवार बनकर, हमसे पैसा लेकर चुनाव लड़ते हो. आपने पैसा खर्च कर रहे हो, पार्टी दे रही है आपको, पैसा दे रही है, उम्मीदवारी चुनाव का नॉमिनेशन दे रही है, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता मेहनत कर रहे हैं आपके लिए, पार्टी के नेता, चाहे हमारे यहाँ उद्धव ठाकरे जी और हम सब लोग आपके लिए मेहनत करते हैं. हाँ, 25-25 दिन बाहर रहते हैं हम लोग, और बाद में आप हमारी मर्जी से जा रहे हो. कौन सी मर्जी? डेमोक्रेसी में मर्जी है आपकी. अगर आप अपने मर्जी के मालिक हैं तो पार्टी ने आपको जो पद दिया है, चाहे विधायक हो या एमएलए हो, चाहे एमपी हो, चाहे कॉर्पोरेटर हो, आप इस्तीफा दीजिए, आपकी मर्जी.
लेकिन अभी खबर आ रही है संजय राउत जी कि लगभग 9:30 बजे आज ही इन लोगों ने करीब 6 जो सांसद हैं आपके, 9 टोटल हैं, उसमें 2/3 उन लोगों ने एक चिट्ठी लिख करके लोकसभा स्पीकर को सौंप दी है कि वो लोग अलग हो रहे हैं.
हम लोग के मानने को तैयार नहीं है, इसलिए कि अगर ये 6 लोग हैं तो 6 लोग लोकसभा स्पीकर के सामने जाकर खड़े होने चाहिए। आप कोई किसी के भी सिग्नेचर लेके जाएंगे और वो लेके 6 है, अभी हम कल 10 सिग्नेचर लेके जाएंगे किसी और के, ये 10 लोग हमारे साथ आने को तैयार
बोल रहे वो फॉर्ज्ड सिग्नेचर्स है।
देखिए, हमारे एक सांसद है हिंगोली से, नागेश अस्टिकर, वो आज सुबह उद्धव जी से और हमसे बोल रहे थे कि मैं अभी भी मेरे चुनाव क्षेत्र में हूँ, यहाँ चुनाव चल रहा है, उसका बेटा चुनाव हमारे पार्टी की तरफ से लड़ रहा है, तो कोई मेरा गलत सिग्नेचर कर सकता है।
उन्होंने आशंका जताई थी।
हाँ, हमको बताया। और दूसरे हमारे संजय दिना पाटिल एक सांसद है, अभी मेरी बातचीत हो गई, तो उसने
अभी बात हुई है, उनका भी नाम चल रहा है कि उन्होंने भी नाम दिया है।
अभी बात हो गई, उनका फोन आया था कि मेरा नाम चल रहा है, बहुत गलत नाम है, चल रहा है, मैं नहीं हूँ, मैं पार्टी के साथ हूँ। अब जब तक ये सब लोग सामने नहीं आएंगे, हाँ, तब तक आपको या हमको पता नहीं चलेगा कौन किसके साथ है। कल हमने एक व्हिप जारी किया है, पार्टी ने एक व्हिप जारी किया। कल हमने हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री दल की बैठक बुलाई है, कल 11 बजे। कल पता चलेगा व्हिप का पालन कौन करता है या व्हिप को उल्लंघन कौन करता है, तुरंत एक्शन ले लेंगे हम।
तो रियल टेस्ट
कल है। यस।
अभी तक लोकसभा स्पीकर ने जब आपने मुलाकात की, आप गए थे, आपके साथ अरविंद सावंत गए थे, आप लोग सब मिल करके गए थे अभी लोकसभा स्पीकर के पास, तो उनको आपने क्या कहा?
हमने जाकर स्पीकर साहब से कहा कि हम बोल नहीं सकते सच है या झूठा, लेकिन खबर चल रही है कि हमारे पार्टी से, पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी से कुछ लोग टूटकर एक अलग गुट बनाना चाहते हैं और आपके पास आने वाले हैं। तो ये हमने सुना है।
ये बोला आपने?
हाँ, ये हमने सुना है। हमारे पास अब तक कोई ऑफिशियली किसी ने कम्युनिकेट नहीं किया है। तो ये हमारा कर्तव्य बनता है कि आपको इन्फॉर्म करें, अगर ऐसी कोई ग्रुप आता है हमारे अप्रोक्ष
जी,
तो हमारा ये लेटर आप लीजिए। हमने उसमें सब कानूनन जो प्रावधान है उसमें दिए हैं, और सबसे पहले आप हमें बताइए, हम पार्टी है ओरिजिनल, और हम इतना ही आपसे चाहते हैं कि जो नियम कानून और संविधान और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो डायरेक्शन है, बस आप उसका पालन कीजिए और कुछ नहीं कीजिए, बस इतना ही कहा।
संजय राउत जी, आपने एक ट्वीट किया था रात में,
हाँ,
अपना सपना मनी मनी है ना, और ये भी कहा था कि 15 करोड़ ऑफर किया जा रहा है स्विच करने के लिए।
दे दिया पैसा।
नहीं, लेकिन सवाल है कि आपके सांसद ले रहे हैं, कौन ले रहा है?
मैंने कहा, बोला कि मेरे सांसद ले रहे हैं, हमारे सांसद ले रहे हैं।
आपने कहा ऑफर किया जा रहा है।
आप पूरे ट्वीट पढ़िए। मैंने महाराष्ट्र के सांसद के बारे में कहा है। महाराष्ट्र के कुछ एमपीज को तोड़ने की कोशिश हो रही है। आज रात को उन्हें 15-15 करोड़ रुपया उनके घर में
आज दिया जाएगा, आप बोल रहे हैं?
कल रात को।
अच्छा।
जब तक ये पैसा नहीं मिलता है तब तक कोई चार्टर फ्लाइट में नहीं बैठेगा। सबके चुनाव क्षेत्र में चार्टर फ्लाइट खड़े थे कल।
बहुत ही गंभीर आरोप लगा रहे हैं आप।
और ये मैंने चार्टर फ्लाइट का फोटो भी आज दिया है। और ये 3 चार्टर फ्लाइट कल दिल्ली में उतर भी गए। एक पुणे से है, एक नांदेड़ से है, एक नागपुर से है। ये 3 चार्टर फ्लाइट है।
और इसमें महाराष्ट्र के एमपीज आए।
महाराष्ट्र के एमपीज आ गए। पैसा
तो वो उद्धव ठाकरे फैक्शन के हैं जो आपके साथ थे।
पता चलेगा किसके है, पता चलेगा। लेकिन पैसा मिला सांसदों को 15-15 करोड़ इन एडवांस। 50-60 करोड़ का डील है, और उसका 15 करोड़ जब उनके हाथ में मिल गया तब वो फ्लाइट में बैठ गए और आ गए।
But aren't you concerned, sir, that if these are your MPs, your UBT Sena faction MPs, then you have not managed to keep your house in order? आपका अपना घर सही नहीं है, उसमें लोग नहीं है।
जब हमारे पास ईडी, सीबीआई, पुलिस होगी तो और भी पार्टियों का घर मैनेज नहीं हो पाएगा। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, ये कोई घमंड की बात नहीं कि हम किसी की पार्टी तोड़ रहे हैं। आप ये सब जो है ना, आपकी कवच कुंडले, हाँ, प्रोटेक्शन, ईडी, सीबीआई का, वो निकाल लीजिए और सामने आ जाइए हमारे। हम फिर दिखाते हैं कौन कितना पानी में है, जमीन पे है, हम दिखा देंगे। ये तो कोई भी कर सकता है इस प्रकार से। अगर मेरे पास इस प्रकार की एजेंसी हो और मैं किसी के ऊपर दबाव डाल सकता हूँ, लोग डरते हैं, सब लोग हमारे जैसे नहीं होते, जो होगा वो देखा जाएगा, लोग डरते हैं बेचारे। अब आपको बताता हूँ, हमारे एक एमपी है जिनका नाम है ओम राजे निम्बाड़कर। हम उनको ऐसा बच्चा था, उनको पहले एमएलए बनाया उद्धव जी ने, पार्टी ने 2 बार का 3 बार का एमपी बनाया। अभी मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, उसके पिताजी का 20 साल पहले मर्डर हो गया उसके पिताजी का, ओम राजे निम्बाड़कर का, भर सड़क पर उसकी गोली मारी और उसमें नाम आया उस वक्त के जो गृह मंत्री पदम सिंह पाटिल जी का। बड़े नेता थे, आज भी बड़े नेता है वो। ये उनके अंकल है, भाई, उनके भाई थे। 20 साल तक ये कानूनी लड़ाई चलती रही और ये लड़का हमारे पार्टी में आया, हमारे पार्टी से एमएलए बन गया। कौन उसको बनाता है एमएलए, कौन उसको बनाता है एमपी 3 बार। अब कल उनका फैसला था, 20 साल के बाद कल वो डेट बोर्ड पर आ गई हाईकोर्ट के, अब फैसला है आज। और ये पवन राजे को मैसेज दिया गया एक पार्टी के प्रमुख नेता के तरफ से, अगर फैसला तुम्हारे हक में चाहिए तो हमारे पार्टी में आ जाओ, तुमको फैसला मिल जाएगा। और कल वो डेट आगे चली गई।
ये पूरा बिल्डअप ये कहा जा रहा है दैट इज इट इज लिंक्ड टू योर फाउंडेशन डे विच इज ऑन 19।
नहीं, तो दबाव किस प्रकार से होता है, ये दबाव का ये भी ऐसे कारण है, तुम्हें हाईकोर्ट का फैसला तुम्हारे मर्जी के मुताबिक मिलेगा, आपके फेवर में मिलेगा, आपके बाप का मर्डर का बारे में जो फैसला है।
So you're saying that even judiciary is involved here?
जुडिशरी कहाँ इन्वॉल्व नहीं है। 4 साल से हम लोग तारीख पे तारीख ले रहे हमारे केस में। हाँ, 10th शेड्यूल के बारे में हम दीवार पर हमारा सर फोड़ रहे हैं। 10th शेड्यूल के बारे में सुनवाई होती है क्या? 5 चीफ जस्टिस बदल गए, 5 चीफ जस्टिस बदल गए, लेकिन सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है।
19th is your foundation day.
60
साल होगा पार्टी को। उस दिन शो ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ होगा,
होने दो।
आपकी पार्टी के अभी 20 एमएलए हैं असेंबली में, 1 आप राज्यसभा में, 9 लोकसभा में, लेकिन वो भी है कि संभावना है कि वो कुछ और एक फैक्शन बन सकता है जो चर्चा चल रही है। ये लेगेसी की भी लड़ाई है सर।
लेगेसी की लड़ाई शिंदे के पास जाएगी क्या? उद्धव ठाकरे को जन्म दिया बाला साहब ठाकरे ने, पार्टी को। बाला साहब ठाकरे ने उद्धव ठाकरे जी को उस वक्त पार्टी का चीफ बनाया, तो हम भी फॉलो करेंगे, पार्टी तो ऐसे ही चलेगी हमारी। इतना शिंदे फैक्शन किया। ये तो अमित शाह साहब की पार्टी है, अजित पवार की पार्टी, अमित शाह साहब की पार्टी है। अमित शाह जी ने पार्टी बनाई, मोदी जी ने ये 2 पार्टी बनाई महाराष्ट्र में।
लेकिन जनता ने उनको फिर से जिताया है, मैंडेट दिया है।
हम उसको मैंडेट नहीं मानते भाई। मैंडेट ये नहीं होता है ना, इस तरह से आप लोकसभा में मैंडेट दिया हमको और 3 महीने में मैंडेट दिया ये लोगों को। ऐसा कौन सा चमत्कार हो गया 3 महीने में? जो बात पश्चिम बंगाल में हो गई वही बात महाराष्ट्र में हो गई।
तो यही मेरा सवाल है।
आप पूरा चुनाव हाईजैक कर लेते हो और चुनाव जीत लेते हो।
ये मेरा सवाल होगा कि अब इंडिया ब्लॉक का क्या होगा? आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ जो हुआ वो हम लोगों ने देखा। तृणमूल कांग्रेस का एक सिग्निफिकेंट चंक 2/3 जाके एनसीपीआई से मर्ज कर जाता है। असेंबली में भी वो टूट करके एलओपी बन जाता, एलओपी का दर्जा ले लेते हैं। आप लोगों के साथ भी अभी ये रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं। इंडिया ब्लॉक का क्या फ्यूचर है?
ये लोग करते रहेंगे, देखो ये लोग करते रहेंगे, जब तक ये करते रहेंगे तब तक हम लड़ते रहेंगे। हमारे में आज भी अगर आप में हमारी पार्टी तोड़ने की क्षमता आप रखते हैं एजेंसी का मिसयूज करके, तो हमारे जैसे लोग भी आज भी इस छल कपट से लड़ने की क्षमता रखते हैं और हम लड़ेंगे।
इंडिया ब्लॉक का क्या फ्यूचर है?
इंडिया ब्लॉक का फ्यूचर अच्छा है राहुल गांधी जी की लीडरशिप में। बात ऐसी है कि देखो, कोई पार्टी तोड़ने से पार्टी खत्म नहीं होती ना। हाँ, हमारी पार्टी है, वो थोड़ी एमपी एमएलए बनाने के लिए बनी है। लोग आते हैं, लोग चले जाते हैं ना। 60 साल में पार्टी टूटी है। नारायण राणे चले गए, एकनाथ शिंदे चले गए, छगन भुजबल चले गए, राज ठाकरे चले गए। पार्टी है, पार्टी रहेगी। कभी कम ज़्यादा ऊपर नीचे हो जाता है और नए लोग चुन कर लाएंगे हम।
आपका कहना है कि जो 6 नाम चल रहे हैं कि इन लोगों ने लोकसभा स्पीकर को अपना नाम सिग्नेचर के तौर पर दे दिया है कि वो उन लोगों को सेपरेट फैक्शन के तौर पर देखा जाए, उसमें से 2 सांसद जिनका नाम आपने लिया वो आपके साथ अभी भी संपर्क में है?
डेफिनेटली बात ऐसे कि अभी हम जब ओम बिरला साहब से मिले तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि अब तक किसी ने उनके पास इस प्रकार का लेटर दिया है।
That's the sense that you got.
ऐसा मुझे लगता है। उनसे जब मैंने बात की तब मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगा कि हमारे लोकसभा के जो स्पीकर साहब हैं उनके पास कोई जाकर इस प्रकार का क्लेम करके आए हैं कि हम अलग गुट मनाने जा रहे हैं। ऐसा कोई मुझे नहीं लगता है। जब मैं बिरला साहब को जानता हूँ बहुत नज़दीक से और वो खुलकर बात करने वाला आदमी है। हमने बहुत सी बातें बिरला साहब से की, लेकिन मुझे उनके साथ जो मेरी बातचीत हुई हमारी, मुझे ये महसूस नहीं हो गया कि उनके पास जाकर किसी ने ये क्लेम किया है अब तक, अभी तक।
Okay, and you are saying that the real test will be tomorrow, क्योंकि आपने पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की मीटिंग बुलाई है। And that will be happening.
डेफिनेटली कल हम 11 बजे सबका इंतजार करेंगे, सबका स्वागत करेंगे, सबके लिए खाना पीना सब रखा है, इंतजाम है पूरा। आप आइए, खाओ।
और उसी वक्त पता चलेगा कि शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे फैक्शन में कौन है।
आपने कल तक हमारा नमक खाया है, कल 11 बजे भी खाइए।
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू इंडिया टुडे सर।
थैंक यू।
उबाठा नाम की पार्टी अब धीरे धीरे खत्म हो रही है। उबाठा के नेतृत्व पर उबाठा के जो एमएलएज हैं, जो एमपीज हैं, अब उनका विश्वास नहीं रहा। तो 2029 आते आते ये पार्टी पूरी तरह से खत्म हो जाएगी। क्यों? क्योंकि रोज उबाठा छोड़ करके उद्धव ठाकरे के नेतृत्व में अविश्वास जताते हुए लोग पार्टी छोड़ के बाहर निकल रहे हैं। अब उनके जहां तक सांसदों की बात है, हमारा उससे कोई लेना देना नहीं। उनकी पार्टी का यह अंदरूनी विषय है। उन्होंने पिछले दिनों मातोश्री में एक बैठक बुलाई थी और उद्धव ठाकरे जी जो हमेशा फेसबुक लाइव रहते हैं, पहली बार उनसे प्रेरणा लेकर के उनके सांसद ऑनलाइन लाइव हो गए और उन्होंने मीटिंग ज्वाइन नहीं की।
ऐसा है कि ऑपरेशन टाइगर के मामले में जो 7 सांसदों के साथ में हमारी चर्चा अंतिम क्षण में आ चुकी है। जैसा हम लोग ऑपरेशन करने किसी हॉस्पिटल में जाते हैं तो पहले इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाता है और वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन सारे रिपोर्ट्स आ चुकी है। अभी केवल ये डॉक्टर का अंतिम ऑपरेशन का जो दिन होता है, ऑपरेशन की अपॉइंटमेंट दिन आना है, ऑपरेशन के दिन आ जाएगा, उस दिन ये ऑपरेशन हो जाएगा।
So Apple WWDC 2026 has indeed come to a conclusion and lots of updates coming in for Apple users. The biggest of them all is the new Siri AI, which a lot of Apple users will definitely look forward to. Siri gets a completely redefined look and also becomes more contextual, more intuitive. Apple Intelligence also gets more closely knitted into the entire ecosystem, and that's something that Apple users will definitely appreciate, because now Google's integration is going to make your overall experience much better. Some child control, let's say you have minors using Apple devices and also exposed to the Apple ecosystem? Well, parents can control some of these features now and have a closer look of what their child is doing when they're using Apple ecosystem and devices. So these are some of the updates that have come in from WWDC 2026. But again, the biggest announcement is around how Apple Intelligence is now becoming smarter, more intuitive and more useful for a lot of the users who are not only on the iPhone but also across different devices. So yes, big updates coming in for all of the Apple users and something to look forward to. Now these features, as Apple said, will be rolled out in the coming months. It's not going to come immediately, but yes, developers will be able to test out some of the features and find bugs if there are any. So yes, I feel that this...
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Co-powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you?
So there's the G7 working session titled Reviving Balanced, Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Growth for the Benefit of All. That's where Prime Minister Modi has arrived, meeting the senior leaders of the G7 countries. And that's the latest visual on your screen from a short while ago as well. Interacting, remember, as a guest country with the permanent nation members of the G7 is an extremely important moment, because this gives India an opportunity to not just meet the leaders of the top G7 countries, but to able to put their views across, hold bilaterals to discuss trade, artificial intelligence, global security, and these images speaking for itself. Remember, so to say, India is a developing nation, standing with the top powers of Europe, of the United States of America, developed countries. But India has got a chance at the table for 8 times repeatedly, consecutively since 2019, and 13 times in total, is one, because India has been one of the fastest growing world economies. It has put forth its position very clearly on issues of dialogue, diplomacy amid the times of war. It has become a voice for Global South, voice for Asia, voice even for the African nations. That's what India has been in the past few decades. The bilateral meetings that are scheduled, of course, the highlight will be this evening, the meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump. All smiles with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, met French President Emmanuel Macron. These are, of course, other leaders, prime ministers of other countries of the G7. And here in Évian in France, the G7 summit outreach session is where greetings are being exchanged. It happened yesterday as well. Remember Trump and Modi shaking hands, but not a hug really like we have seen in the past. A brief conversation ahead of the G7 working session. And it's very interestingly titled, the working session, images on your screen, titled Forging New Partnership, Rebuilding International Solidarity. And there are, of course, the World Bank is being represented by its chief, Ajay Banga, again, another Indian. The African Development Bank also has the representatives there on the ground. So this June 15 to June 17, where India has been invited as a partner country to the 52nd G7 summit, is where this engagement with world leaders is of extreme importance. This will be while India's 13th participation, but it's going to be reflective of how India takes this ahead. What kind of conversations are we looking at? What kind of viewpoints that India is going to put across? The top of the top leadership of these countries hold a lot of importance, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to world decisions that are being taken. India has already made a statement about the seafarers, especially as India lost 3 of them, and that they need to work without fear. That's what the world needs to ensure. The big image, of course, has been the group photograph where Prime Minister Modi was seen on the front row, standing alongside President Donald Trump and President Emmanuel Macron. And that is not simply a photo opportunity. That also reflects about how India has that position close to the top leaders. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar standing alongside Prime Minister Modi as he interacts with the Italian Prime Minister, where Giorgia Meloni said, we are the most famous people on social media. Clearly, with even one video of them meeting goes into millions of views and has got the term melody. We saw the melody toffee issue as well. So that's the working session that's currently on, discussing key global challenges and discussing the war situation as well, especially between Russia and Ukraine. Breakthrough deals are expected meanwhile. A brief interaction that we just saw between Prime Minister Modi, his Italian counterpart, other leaders as well. These are the live visuals. USA President Donald Trump arriving to be seated at the session.
Georgia is joining as well.
So this is going to be in just a short while, and we'll of course cut across live to that when Prime Minister Modi is going to meet President Donald Trump on the sidelines of the G summit in Évian in France. And that's President Trump arriving. So just to give you a background about G7 nations, what is the reasons they are called the all-powerful? They are basically referred to as the industrialized nations. That's Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the UK, and the United States, and as well as countries of the European Union. So this is the diplomatic outreach of Prime Minister Modi at the G7 summit. It's gathering pace, packed schedule, a high itinerary of bilateral meetings as well. Prime Minister Modi developed a pointed message on the growing trust deficit in international relations, arguing that the world's biggest challenge is not the lack of resources, but a lack of trust between nations. He said that successful partnership could only be built on confidence and credibility. There were engagements with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed. All are known as closely watched meetings, and most of these leaders have a good equation with Prime Minister Modi individually as well. Of course, the focus will be the meeting with Donald Trump in the next few hours. The Modi-Trump talk coming at a critical juncture for India-US relationship, where there will be trade negotiations, supply chain resilience, energy security, artificial intelligence, and investment partnership expected to feature prominently on the agenda. These are going to be difficult issues to navigate, especially as India will have to put a very strong and clear perspective when it comes to fair trade terms, defend their skilled worker mobility under the H-1B visa program, maintain the position on Russian oil imports. The death of Indian sailors during US military operations in the Gulf has also emerged a sensitive issue. Prime Minister Modi has already spoken on that and how there needs to be safety and security of the seafarers. New Delhi expected to see clarity and accountability. But there is going to be a strategic convergence that can outweigh areas of growing divergence as well. India will want to ensure that it is there on the table meeting President Trump as much a strong nation as the USA is. But of course, the meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and Prime Minister Modi, again a light-hearted exchange alongside at the sidelines of the G7, quickly again going viral. Leaders assembled before they decided to go for a photo opportunity for the group photograph that happens at the summit. The Italian Prime Minister and Indian Prime Minister seen greeting each other warmly. They are, of course, they have been good friends. They have been strong alliance partners as much between India and Italy. The interaction was brief, but the familiar friendliness that could be seen in that photograph, that video on your screen, where the Italian Prime Minister said, "Nice to meet you again," adding, "We are the most famous people on Instagram," is what she said. With the now famous melody phenomenon clearly seemingly on everyone's mind, Prime Minister Modi appeared to reference their popularity on Instagram too. A playful response, what we are told was from Prime Minister Modi, "Yes, we are the most famous on Instagram." This is his reference.
Yes, we are the famous couple. And this again. Yes, we are the famous couple. And this again. Yes, we are the famous couple.
But even before the Trump-Modi bilateral, there was a brief interaction at the G7 summit. That was the first in-person interaction in 16 months. And everyone decided to decode and analyze the body language. This was from what appeared from even Prime Minister Modi, who otherwise has been the first to usually hug Donald Trump. There's been a warm bonhomie, but there was a measured, cautious diplomatic tone. The duo warmly shaking hands respectfully, but there was no embrace. The missing hug clearly got everyone talking. Let's take a look at what these visuals that are signifying of how India also wants to go forth with a certain caution. India today is on the ground, let me tell you, right there in Évian in France, where this event is taking place. Pranay Upadhyay of India Today Global is telling us all the latest of what's happening, where the working session reviving balanced, inclusive and sustainable economic growth for the benefit of all is being discussed. Pranay, I bring you in here. What is the day looking like? It's a very high-packed itinerary. Take us through every bit of the interactions that already happened with the Italian Prime Minister, UK Prime Minister, meeting President Trump as well, other leaders, and what is then next on the agenda?
Pooja, first of all, let me tell you that the designated session of the G7 member country and the dialogue partners, including India, has just begun. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the other leaders of the G7 and outreach countries are still there in that room. And in fact, the atmosphere was quite cordial. In fact, we have seen leaders interacting with each other. Prime Minister Modi was standing and interacting with the Kenyan president. Besides that, he had a brief conversation with other leaders as well. But President Donald Trump entered late, and in fact, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has also entered the room just a while ago, before the beginning of this session. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's agenda here, or his itinerary looks like quite packed, as you rightly mentioned, because today he'll be having a very much awaited bilateral meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump. Besides that, he will also be holding a bilateral engagement with the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, and European Commission Chief, Ursula von der Leyen. So he will be holding these meetings before leaving for Paris, because in Paris, Prime Minister Modi will be having another set of his engagement tomorrow. So Prime Minister will be leaving. But before that, this meeting, much anticipated, much awaited meeting, which will be taking place after a gap of 16 months between U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There are a lot of issues for both leaders to talk about, and in fact, there is a time slot of almost 45 to 50 minutes reserved for this interaction. And in fact, ahead of that, there will be some brief Q&A session as well between. Both these leaders will be taking some questions of media. And in fact, this is what we have been given to understand. So let's see what comes out of this meeting. But certainly a big agenda. Today is the last day of the G7 summit, which is being hosted by France. And in fact, a lot of issues are there, a lot of questions are there. World leaders want to know from U.S. President Donald Trump how that Iran-U.S. peace deal looks like, what will be the future. And in fact, French presidency has invited the leaders from the West Asia region, especially from the GCC countries, including Qatar, United Arab Emirates. Besides that, the Egyptian leader Fattah al-Sisi, Egyptian president, is also here. So the topic which is dominating the conversation right now is the Middle East crisis or West Asia crisis, the energy security crisis, how to take the economic growth forward, and amid the very turbulent phase of global economic, or the pressure phase of global economy, how to take forward, how to resolve differences, and in fact, how to open the Strait of Hormuz. What exactly is the idea? So all these things are being discussed on the sidelines of the G7 summit, in the main conversation hall of the G7. So all these things are being discussed. But as far as bilateral agenda is concerned, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a meeting with the Canadian leadership. Prime Minister Modi had a meeting with the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan yesterday.
Yes.
And all these interactions are taking place to take forward India's bilateral relationship with these groupings. And in fact, Prime Minister is again in Europe within a span of 1 month, and again he will be meeting the EU chief. That is also going to be very important in terms of India-EU FTA and its ratification. But as far as President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi's meeting, the issues which are going to dominate their conversation will be the energy security, the West Asia crisis. Besides that, many other issues will be highlighted from the India side.
Let's also talk about the light-hearted moment, Pranay, between the Italian Prime Minister and the Indian Prime Minister. And that also, I think, again, is going viral on Instagram, as she also said.
Absolutely. I think even on the sidelines or even in the other events of G7, we have seen that, how Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is interacting with other leaders. And in fact, she is quite aware about the fact that, whenever she takes a picture, whenever she posts anything related to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that goes viral on internet and social media. And we have seen in her previous interaction with Prime Minister Narendra Modi that, in fact, she was the one who coined this term melody when they met earlier. And after that, when recently Prime Minister Modi visited Italy, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, they held a meeting, and after that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi actually literally gave her a bag of melody toffees. So certainly there is a bond, there is a good friendship.
When you look at these interactions, do you think that when it comes to meeting, let's say the French president, Italian prime minister, and then we look at the handshake that happened with US President Trump, there is of course a warm friendliness there, but there is a certain caution that Prime Minister Modi is showing right now before the bilateral?
You rightly pointed out, Pooja, there is an optimism, but also there is a cautious optimism. Because as Prime Minister Modi yesterday said in his intervention, that trust but verify, that remains a new mantra. And he also mentioned the fact that, currently world is not facing the challenge or the shortage of resources. Rather, the bigger challenge is shortage or like deficit of trust. And that is actually causing a lot of trouble. And the misuse of the technology, the way conservative approach is on rise as far as the resources are concerned. And that's why that needs to be mended if we want to have on our progress on the path of shared growth and trajectory. Then that need to be worked out. But on the lighter side, we have also seen leaders interacting with each other, laughing at each other, and in fact, even some moments of winking as well. So obviously, leaders are also these humans, and when they meet with each other, they also crack joke. They have those kind of interaction and lighthearted moments. Besides the heavy duty, heavy agenda or of their discussions.
Also, I want to know for those wondering that after all, you're in France, where this massive G7 summit has been organized. I hope it's not all indoors. I hope that the leaders have been able to step out, as we've seen for the photograph as much, to be able to enjoy the scenic beauty of the country.
Obviously, they are restricted to this place, the venue for the G7 summit. But yesterday, they enjoyed a cultural evening hosted by the French presidency. In fact, the French artists performed before the world leaders. And in fact, I could check with some of the officers and some of the people, those who were present there. They really enjoyed the setting. The atmosphere was cordial as far as the leadership interactions are concerned. But obviously, there are certain questions. What has happened in past over 1.5 years between world leaders, especially Europe-US relation, the West Asia crisis, Russia-Ukraine conflict. All these issues are there, and ultimately, these are the politicians, Pooja. They are tied with their domestic political compulsions
and
as
also,
well. And
the fact is, where Pranay is right now, remember, that's where the big world decision makers are sitting. They decide in which direction does the world head. India is on the table as a guest country, but as much has an opportunity to put its perspective very directly to the G7 countries and itself becoming a voice in itself. Thank you very much for now, Pranay. I'll keep coming back to you. Pranay is in France as India Today is reporting from the ground about the G7 summit. So let's take a look at the hyped visit. Modi-Trump expected this evening, but even that first meeting, what does it signify?
Oh, he's a much tougher negotiator than me, and he's a much better negotiator than me. There's not even a contest. Okay?
Tariff, trade deals and testing times. They were meeting after 16 long months. And all eyes were on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump at the G7 summit. But what unfolded was not quite what many had anticipated. The trademark Modi hug was missing. In its place, a simple, formal handshake. No grand display of dosti, no grand display of personal chemistry. No optics of extraordinary camaraderie. Every gesture measured, every interaction calibrated. subtle yet significant. Perhaps a message that India's ties with the United States are rooted in strategic interests, not symbolism. Especially after months of difficult conversations over tariff, trade and geopolitical alignments. But there were smiles all around. There were conversations. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi stood alongside U.S. President Donald Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron in the front row of the official G7 leaders' photograph, the image spoke for itself. A visual reminder of India's growing weight in global affairs. The message to the world was clear. Bharat is not present, but is prominent. Before the summit, Prime Minister Modi greeted leaders, engaging comfortably with heads of state and government. But notably, there was no rush towards Donald Trump. No exceptional optics. Just the confidence of a leader representing a nation increasingly comfortable with its global standing. In diplomacy, perhaps, that was the headline. Because sometimes what leaders choose not to do speaks as loudly as what they do. The missing hug at this G7 summit may have conveyed a message far bigger than the handshake itself. Bureau Report, India Today.
There has been Howdy Modi or Namaste Trump. Then there is the G7 sidelines. But one political partnership that has weathered changing governments, shifting global crises, is that of the partnership of Narendra Modi and Donald Trump. They meet once again. This is after 16 months. A lot has happened in the past over 1 year. Here's a report about India and US ties and what does it mean strategically.
Prime Minister Modi is a friend of mine and he's doing a very good job.
My friend, a friend of India, a great American president, Mr. Donald Trump.
A warm handshake, a brief conversation, and yet another chapter added to one of the most closely watched personal equations in global politics. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump met on the sidelines of the G7 summit in France, reaffirming a relationship that has shaped India-US ties over the last decade. For nearly a decade, one diplomatic equation has remained remarkably consistent, even when Washington changed governments. Narendra Modi and Donald Trump have now met 9 times across 2 Trump presidencies. From stadium spectacles to White House summits, their camaraderie has often outlasted policy disagreements. The Modi-Trump story began in 2017 at the White House. A first meeting marked by hugs, handshakes, and a clear strategic signal. India was no longer just a regional partner, but a key player in America's Indo-Pacific calculus. What followed was a diplomatic blitz. 9 meetings, multiple summits, and 2 mega-political spectacles. First came Howdy Modi in Houston in 2019, where over 50,000 people watched the 2 leaders share a stage, turning diplomacy into a stadium event. Months later, Trump returned to attend Ahmedabad's Namaste Trump, where another massive crowd witnessed a partnership increasingly defined by optics and strategy in equal measure. But beyond the photo ops, the relationship delivered tangible outcomes. Defense ties expanded from Predator drones to Apache helicopters and discussions around F-35 fighter jets. Trade remained a point of friction, but both sides kept talking. Counter-terror cooperation deepened. Pakistan found itself repeatedly under scrutiny, and technology, from 5G to AI and nuclear energy, all became the new frontier of engagement. Now the two leaders meet again on the sidelines of the G7 in France. But the meeting comes after 16 months of turbulence in ties between the two countries. From tariff battles and claims of diplomatic intervention to growing tensions in the West Asia. But the message remains familiar. Washington may change administrations, yet New Delhi remains central to America's strategic playbook.
भारत अमेरिका संबंधों प्रगाढ़ बनाने में, उसको एक नई ऊंचाई देने में और व्यापकता देने में.
Modi-Trump partnership has often been described as personal diplomacy at its most visible. 9 meetings later, the relationship is no longer just about two leaders.
It's about two countries that don't always agree, often negotiate hard, but keep finding reasons to stay in the same room. And in geopolitics, that's often the most important deal of all. Bureau Report, India Today.
Stay tuned, because as I head into a short break, all eyes will be on Modi-Trump bilateral. It's scheduled 5:50 p.m. India Today will, of course, be live at that point. Stay tuned. More news on the other side.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम.
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
देखिए, विनय कटियार राम मंदिर आंदोलन के समय प्रमुख व्यक्तियों में से थे और उनको अशोक सिंघल जी का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त था. छोटी सी भूमिका हमारी भी रही है. सीबीआई ने सबसे पहले मुझे अरेस्ट किया. कार सेवकों पर गोली चलने के पहले 2 महीने पहले मुझे मुलायम सिंह जी की सरकार ने अरेस्ट किया. और अगर आज वो ये सवाल उठा रहे हैं कि जो मंदिर आंदोलन से जुड़े थे उनकी उपेक्षा हो रही है, तो ये 100% सही है.
Absolutely, you can call that handshake as an icebreaker, because both the leaders met face to face after a gap of almost 16 months, and in fact that can be termed as a good start because a lot has happened in past 16 months in India-US relationship. We have seen very turbulent phases, rough patches in this relationship, and in fact the way this both the leaders met, the kind of handshake was that wherein there was a commitment for this relationship, but as we have been discussing, that every relationship is judged by the net outcomes by the concrete actions on ground. We have to see that, how US is committed to preserve its partnership, its relationship with India, and how India and United States can minimize their differences, maximize their consensus, and what are the areas where both countries can work together. Certainly, meeting of leaders certainly play an important role, and that to be in an administration like Donald Trump's administration, which is very leader-centric. Such kind of handshake or such kind of meeting certainly sets the tone for the big meeting of both the leaders, which will be taking place on 17th of June 2026 on the sidelines of the G7 summit, and that is today, and that meeting is going to push the button of reset in relationship. This is the expectation, but obviously there is a cautious optimism, because we have to see what exactly action translate on ground, and therefore there are no high hopes as far as some tangible achievements or some big announcements are concerned. But certainly there will be some issues, how to iron out differences, how to work on or build the consensus, and how both leaders can direct their respective administrations to work and build that partnership.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Love may have been in the air for years, but now it's finally official. After months of whispers, fan theories, engagement rumors, and endless social media speculation, Hollywood's favorite couple has seemingly put all the guessing games to rest. Tom Holland has finally confirmed that he is married to Zendaya. Putting months of speculation surrounding the couple's relationship to rest. The actor made the revelation during one of the interviews, where a candid response about viral AI-generated wedding photos appeared to confirm that the pair had already married. Recalling the incident, Holland revealed that his grandmother had initially believed the images were real and was upset that she hadn't been invited to the wedding. But it was his next comment that truly grabbed headlines. When asked whether anyone else had been fooled by the AI-generated pictures, Holland casually replied, "No, because they were all there." A simple response, but one that many fans interpreted as an unmistakable confirmation that his friends and family had in fact attended the couple's real wedding. Meanwhile, rumors of a secret wedding had been circulating for months. The speculation gained momentum in March when Zendaya's longtime stylist hinted that the ceremony had already taken place. But neither Holland nor Zendaya addressed the rumours at the time, making the actors' latest remarks the first public confirmation of their marriage. The couple first met while filming Spider-Man: Homecoming and have spent years carefully guarding their relationship from the spotlight, despite being one of Hollywood's most adored pairs.
Probably stop staring before it gets creepy, though.
Too late. You guys are losers.
But then why do you sit with us?
Because I don't have any friends.
The duo recently attended a photo call for the upcoming Marvel film Spider-Man: Brand New Day in Madrid.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Over 12 years, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi navigated 4 U.S. presidential terms across 3 administrations. Barack Obama's strategic chemistry, Donald Trump's high-stakes MAGA plus MEGA. There was diplomacy clearly even when Joe Biden's institutional focus had come in. Here's a report to help you understand how the bilateral relationship between India and the USA have led to historic defense breakthroughs. Take a look.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
In the 12 years as the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi had to deal with 4 US presidencies under 3 presidents. 2 of them were Democrats, Barack Obama and Joe Biden. And twice with Republicans, while Donald Trump presided over the Oval Office. Narendra Modi was just sworn in as the Prime Minister of India in 2014 May. When Barack Obama, as the President of the United States of America, had roughly a year and a half left in his second term. In that brief period, they seemed to be working well. There were 2 landmark Modi-Obama summits held in that period. The first one was at the White House on 30th September 2014. And the second one happened when the US President came to attend the Indian Republic Day celebration as the chief guest in January 2015 in New Delhi. Together, they achieved a breakthrough on the long-stalled civil nuclear deal through an insurance risk pool and renewed a 10-year defense framework.
Our 2 nations are prepared to step forward firmly to accept the responsibility of this global partnership for our 2 countries and for shaping the character of this century. The promise and potential of this relationship has never been in doubt. This is a natural global partnership.
Mirroring this warmth, President Obama concluded the joint briefing by declaring,
India and the United States are not just natural partners. I believe America can be India's best partner.
But a bilateral investment treaty and concrete climate emission caps remained unresolved between the two partners. Then came the first term of Republican President Donald Trump. This Trump-Modi era redefined the U.S.-India relations through a mix of historic defense alignments and intense trade friction. The standard-bearer achievements, including the signing of foundational military pacts like Kamkasa and Becca, alongside a major $3 billion defense deal for Apache and MH-60R helicopters. Though the partnership was heavily anchored by personal camaraderie, famously captured during two massive joint rallies, Howdy Modi in Houston in September 2019,
My friend, a friend of India, a great American president, Mr. Donald Trump.
followed by Namaste Trump rally in Ahmedabad next year.
The First Lady and I have just traveled 8,000 miles around the globe to deliver a message to every citizen across this nation. America loves India, America respects India, and America will always be faithful and loyal friends to the Indian people.
पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत और अमेरिका के बीच विश्वास जिस नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचा है, जितना मजबूत हुआ है, वह ऐतिहासिक है.
But when it came to a comprehensive trade package, the two leaders could not come to an agreement. It remained unresolved after the US revoked India's GSP preferential trade status and sparred over tariffs. Post the first Modi-Trump era, US President Joe Biden and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi seemed to be working on a better business footing. In the 9 meetings spread across 4 years, together they finalized landmark agreements, solidifying a new semiconductor fabrication plant for national security and expanding defense ties under the ICT framework.
Toast to our partnership, to our people, to the possibilities that lie ahead, to two great friends, two great nations, and two great powers. Cheers.
आप बोलने में सॉफ्ट है, पर एक्शन में पूरी तरह स्ट्रांग है.
Yet critical differences between the nations remained unresolved. The leaders struggled to bridge divisions over India's continued purchase of Russian oil and navigated friction surrounding human rights and democratic values. From day one, the return of Donald Trump in the Oval Office for the second term has been a tumultuous journey in the relationship between the two countries. The era of MAGA plus MEGA has redefined geopolitics. Marking Donald Trump's second term and Narendra Modi's third, bilateral ties between the two have gone through periodic blow-hot and cold situations as trade, tariff and immigration remain main friction points between the two countries. The two leaders launched Trust, or transforming relationship utilizing strategic technology to secure critical mineral supply chains and doubled bilateral trade targets to $500 billion by 2030. But tariff remained the bone of contention between the two throughout this period so far.
Who was a tougher negotiator today and who has a better negotiating tactic when it comes to tariffs?
Oh, he's a much tougher negotiator than me, and he's a much better negotiator than me. There's not even a contest. Okay?
The US imposed as high as 50% tariff on India imports by last quarter of 2025. After strong negotiations and a few turns of negotiation tables, it has climbed down to 18%. Despite a framework agreement, a final comprehensive trade deal remains elusive due to disputes over H-1B visa restrictions and reciprocal tariffs. Bureau Report, India Today.
So stay tuned to India Today, because through the evening I'm going to bring you all the updates coming in about Modi-Trump meeting. Heading into a short break, stay tuned, wrapping up this bulletin.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi participated in one of the sessions of G7 summit, and in fact the name of that session was Forging New Partnership and Rebuilding International Solidarity, wherein Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that world is not facing the challenge of shortage of resources, but rather the biggest problem, the biggest challenge is trust deficit, and world need to work and build the bridges of trust. Besides that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also highlighted the issue of seafarers. During the West Asia crisis, we have seen how the seafarers were stranded. They were stuck on high seas, and in fact how 3 of the Indian sailors became collateral damage. In fact, they lost their life because of the U.S. naval action around the Arabian Sea and Gulf of Oman, and that was the issue. And sitting close to U.S. President Donald Trump, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made this point, and he said that we should try and build a system where our seafarers, who are the backbone of the global maritime trade, should work or could work without any fear. Besides that, Prime Minister Modi, as I mentioned, sitting close to US President Donald Trump, mentioned the fact that, and in fact, he quoted former US President Ronald Reagan, and he said that trust but verify. And that is very important. He also highlighted the issue of technology being misused to spread mistrust and distrust, and that need to be fixed.
Carb versus fat, which is worse?
Bad carbs and bad fat together, fried.
Excellent answer. आपको मिलता है सिर्फ तालियां.
कहावत है बद अच्छा बदनाम बुरा, तो फैट बदनाम है.
There is one fat your cardiologists want you to eat more, and most Indians are not getting enough of it. Today we are talking about a nutritional supplement that your body cannot make on its own, and it's called omega-3. इस वीडियो के लिए हमने बात करी डॉक्टर रंजन मोदी से. He's a senior consultant, interventional cardiologist at Medanta Hospital in Noida. Now, what is omega-3? It is basically an essential fatty acid. Essential means your body cannot produce it, not even a single molecule. You either have to eat it or you simply do not have it. So what happens without it? A body low on omega-3 struggles with cellular repair, inflammation control, joint stiffness, brain fog, fatigue, poor sleep, all of it. In some cases, it can slow your blood circulation and push blood pressure even higher. Your heart has to now work harder. Remember, the science is not new. A meta-analysis of over 10 peer-reviewed studies found omega-3 fish oil supplements significantly lower the risk of heart attacks and even deaths from coronary heart diseases. Now, vegetarians, listen carefully. You are naturally deficient in omega-3, इसलिए you need to be more watchful. But अब आप कहेंगे कि plant sources भी तो होते हैं omega-3 के, जैसे flaxseed होता है, chia seed होता है, walnuts होते हैं. इन सारी चीजों में होता है something called ALA. Your body converts the ALA to usable forms like EPA and DHA, but it converts it at a very low efficiency. So vegetarians are not just behind on quantity, they are behind on the forms that actually matter as well. Low omega-3 is linked to cognitive decline, to memory loss, and also in long-term deficiency, risk of dementia as well. So, how to get it? Food first. Remember that. Fatty fish twice a week makes a measurable difference. For vegetarians, flax seeds, chia seeds, walnuts daily not occasionally. Now, if your diet is falling short, omega-3 supplements are amongst the most validated in the supplement industry as well. And according to Dr. Ranjan Modi, they are safe for most adults as well at recommended dosage. But if you are thinking of omega-3 supplements, remember this. ज़्यादा खाना भी नुकसान कर सकता है. Above 5 grams is associated with irregular heart rhythm in those with existing cardiac conditions. If you're on blood thinners, please remember to speak to your doctor before starting on any of these supplements. So health verdict क्या है? Should you take omega-3 or toss it? We are saying don't toss it. Take it, but only if your doctor advises. And if you're confused about which one to really buy, because अलग-अलग MG के आपको फार्मेसी में मिलते हैं, उसके बारे में हमने एक दूसरा वीडियो बनाया है, उसको देखिए.
When a blockbuster franchise, an unfinished prophecy, and one of Bollywood's biggest stars come together, speculation is bound to reach fever pitch.
రికార్డ్స్ చూసుకో ఇంతవరకు ఒక్క ఫైట్ కూడా ఓడిపోలేదు.
ఈ యుద్ధం మళ్ళీ మొదలైనట్టుంది.
ఇది కూడా ఓడిపోను.
Alia Bhatt has found herself at the center of fresh rumors surrounding Kalki 2898 AD Part 2. While there is no official confirmation yet, several social media pages have claimed that the Alpha star is joining Prabhas's blockbuster franchise.
నాలాంటి ఎంతమందికి నువ్వు అక్కడ హీరో తెలుసా? నాతో రా.
యూనిట్స్ ఎక్కుస్తారా? ప్రపంచంలో ఒకటే ఒక సైడ్, నీ సైడ్.
Bharva, 5-star bounty. Let's go.
Hey.
Interestingly, the reports have taken different directions, with some suggesting that Alia Bhatt has been cast in a major new role in the highly anticipated sequel. Others, meanwhile, claim that the actor could portray goddess Vaishno Devi, one of the divine Chiranjeevis from Hindu mythology, who protects Sumati and her unborn child. AI-generated images of the actor in the divine avatar have already added to the online buzz. Meanwhile, older reports claiming that Alia could replace Deepika Padukone as Sumati have also resurfaced. And as a result, fans remain divided over whether she is entering the Kalki universe as a new character or taking over one of its most important existing roles. Some reports have even suggested that she has already shot a few scenes in Hyderabad. However, neither Alia nor the makers have confirmed the speculation. The rumors came after Deepika Padukone's reported exit from the project in September 2025. Vijay Movies announced that the actor would not return for the sequel, stating that both sides had mutually decided to part ways.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Bonjour, India. From the high-stakes G7 summit here in France to the much-awaited Modi-Trump handshake that has made the world talking. I am tracking every development, every diplomatic move, every big moment live from the ground. From closed-door meetings to all diplomatic key bilateral engagements, from strategic discussion to the power corridors of global politics. We will bring you the fastest updates, exclusive insights, and all the breaking news as it happens. I am Pranay Upadhyay, reporting from France for India Today.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Akhilesh Yadav of the Samajwadi Party debunking UP Mantri Rajbhar's claims. Akhilesh Yadav has said Uttar Pradesh minister must respond on other issues. UP minister basically is suggesting that just like what we have seen in TMC, in Maharashtra, that split could be next in the Samajwadi Party. Rajbhar adding that Samajwadi Party's members of parliament will break away just like the TMZ. And UP minister adding that expect Bengal like split in Samajwadi Party. Let's listen in first to what Rajbhar is saying and then we'll go across to the reactions.
दाना और गाना कब तक चलेगा ये अफसाना? दाना और गाना कब तक चलेगा ऐसा अफसाना? नहीं समझ पाए तो कोई बात नहीं।
बंगाल चुनाव के बाद आपने देखा कि 20 सांसद टीएमसी से टूट गए। अब वहाँ उद्धव ठाकरे चिल्ला रहे हैं कि हमारे यहाँ से 7 को जा रहे हैं। देख रहे हैं ना, खनन वाले मंत्री जिनके खिलाफ एफआईआर सीबीआई ने किया, उसी में अखिलेश जी का एफआईआर में नाम हो। आई जो तो राती के गुलदस्ता लेके भिड़ जाते हो योगी जी के इनकी जान बचौले रहा मंचवा पर।
तो सांसद किस तरीके से मदद करने वाले हैं जो चिट्ठी में आप?
अरे सब टूटने जा रहे हैं, सपा छोड़ के जा रहे हैं। अब यहाँ नहीं रहेंगे, पेट भर गया है। जैसे ममता के यहाँ पेट भर गया, सब चल दिए उधर, वैसे इधर से टूट के जाएंगे। समाजवादी पार्टी में बड़ी टूट होने जा रही है। उन्होंने बताया कि इनसे संपर्क करा लीजिए, ये सब चले जाएंगे। बात हो गई है।
So that big exclusive coming to us from Samarth Srivastav. Samarth, now of course many would be asking if this is just political posturing or does Rajbhar know what is unfolding within Samajwadi Party? Also tell us how Akhilesh Yadav is responding to it.
See, Om Prakash Rajbhar is the cabinet minister in the Uttar Pradesh government and he has been in the news for his statements. Controversial statements sometimes, and sometimes statements like these, though he has made a big claim about the Samajwadi Party split, especially in terms of MPs at a time when TMC is facing that particular heat in West Bengal. So that is the statement from Rajbhar. He's saying one letter being given by Ram Gopal Yadav to Amit Shah, and in that letter it is being claimed by Rajbhar that there's a deal of in a way saving the party leaders from CBI and handing over the SC MPs to BJP. Obviously, for the women bill, for the women bill, and that's for the concern of that particular party, and that's why Om Prakash Rajbhar is now coming with this particular claims at the party, and now Samajwadi Party is also hit back. Akhilesh Yadav has not clearly responded, but he has clearly said that he has nothing to do with the statement of Om Prakash Rajbhar. So Akhilesh Yadav has taken this particular statement casually. So it's going to be worth seeing whether the claims being made by Om Prakash Rajbhar are going to be relevant in UP politics or not. Back to you.
Samarth, quickly, have you heard from any Samajwadi Party MP if they are coming to Delhi, if there is any rumour mongering that is picking up pace, or is this the first time that we have heard what the UP minister is saying?
Well, not yet. It's too early to say all this because much MPs are in Lucknow for a particular meeting of the Brahmin community. Apart from that, there is nothing, no air about this particular thing. What Rajbhar has claimed so far, it may happen in the times to come, but at present, if you say, And then as for the Samajwadi Party sources, things are stable as of now, and party is just focusing on the assembly elections. Back to you.
All right, Samarth, thank you for giving us that first big statement. If at all Uttar Pradesh goes the same way, it could be the third big party of a state to be heading for such a split. But Akhilesh Yadav says, and rejecting any of this rumor mongering, saying you would rather answer on other issues that pertains the government and the state rather than focus on the split of Samajwadi Party. I want to take you now to Maharashtra because that's where the whole focus is. According to our sources, verification is mandatory in such cases with regard to defection. It is essential for the Speaker to speak with every member of Parliament. So there's a lot of question about whether they are going to merge with another Sena. Are they going to jump ship from another faction? What is happening? But as the details are coming in, MPs must meet the Speaker in person to substantiate their claims, which we have seen in Bengal. Remember, the 20 members of Parliament did go in person to meet the Speaker. The petitions of TMC MPs were accepted only after they had a personal meeting with the Speaker. Similarly, regarding the UBT Sena MPs, their petition will only be taken forward if they meet in person with the Speaker. So that's the latest. That's what we are picking up. The Bengal MPs managed to do it. I'm joined by Himanshu Mishra for the latest on that. हिमांशु, तो ये प्रोसेस हमें थोड़ा समझाइएगा. 9 मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हैं, 6 एटलीस्ट लगता है जिनके आप बारे में हमें बता रहे हैं, जिनके एक लेटर गया है. बट क्या इन पर्सन अगर वो नहीं आते तो वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं की जाती है? So you're looking at these details coming in on your screen. The inside scoop that India Today is bringing to you about the Maha UBT defection buzz. The fact that the verification has to be mandatory. And verification basically means that you take a letter that we have the signatures of so-and-so members of Parliament. But when you meet them in person with the Speaker of the Assembly or of the Lok Sabha, for MLAs of course, the Assembly or Lok Sabha, for the Speaker, they will identify in person. Piyush Mishra joining me for the latest on that. Piyush, so clearly the 6 MPs may be here, but they'll have to be in person, clicked with the Speaker.
Well, that's right. That's the law according to the provision which is available. According to this, Speaker he has to meet every MP in person, and after that itself he comes on a decision. As far as the TMC rebel is concerned, we saw in that case also as to how around 19 MPs initially had gone in person to meet Speaker, where they had also submitted their signatures. After that, Rachna Banerjee, who is the 20th MP, she was in Malaysia. She had to fly down to Delhi. After coming to Delhi, she met with Shishikant Dubey and then Bhupen Yadav, and then after that she went to meet the Speaker, and after that itself a list of 20 MPs of TMC got finalized. So as far as the available provision is concerned, if such a decision has to be taken, then Speaker will have to meet every MP in person, and after that itself he comes to a decision.
Right, thank you very much for now. Piyush Mishra is tracking all the latest coming in. If Maharashtra MPs are set to be present in person with the Speaker, or is this only signed letter right now? Now here's what one of the loyalists, the top loyalist right now to Uddhav Thackeray or the UBT Sena, is Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut. He was extremely angry, agitated this morning. Maria Shakil spoke with him in this exclusive conversation. Let's listen to that.
संजय राउत जी, आपने एक ट्वीट किया था रात में, हाँ, अपना सपना मनी मनी है ना, और ये भी कहा था कि 15 करोड़ ऑफर किया जा रहा है स्विच करने के लिए.
दे दिया पैसा.
नहीं, लेकिन सवाल है कि आपके सांसद ले रहे हैं, कौन ले रहा है? मैंने
कहा, बोला कि मेरे सांसद ले रहे हैं, हमारे सांसद ले.
आपने कहा ऑफर किया जा रहा है.
आप पूरा ट्वीट पढ़िए. मैंने महाराष्ट्र के सांसद के बारे में कहा है. महाराष्ट्र के कुछ एमपीज को तोड़ने की कोशिश हो रही है. आज रात को उन्हें 15-15 करोड़ रुपया उनके घर में
आज दिया जाएगा, आप बोल
कल रात को.
अच्छा,
जब तक ये पैसा नहीं मिलता है तब तक कोई चार्टर फ्लाइट में नहीं बैठेगा. सबके चुनाव क्षेत्र में चार्टर फ्लाइट खड़े थे कल.
बहुत ही गंभीर आरोप लगा रहे हैं आप.
और ये मैंने चार्टर फ्लाइट का फोटो भी आज दिया है. और ये 3 चार्टर फ्लाइट कल दिल्ली में उतर भी गए. एक पुणे से है, एक नांदेड़ से है, एक नागपुर से है. ये 3 चार्टर फ्लाइट है.
और इसमें महाराष्ट्र के एमपीज आए.
महाराष्ट्र के एमपीज आ गए. पैसा
तो वो उद्धव ठाकरे फैक्शन के हैं जो आपके साथ थे.
अभी पता चलेगा किसके है, ये पता चलेगा. लेकिन पैसा मिला सांसदों को 15-15 करोड़ इन एडवांस. 50-60 करोड़ का डील है. और उसका 15 करोड़ जब उनके हाथ में मिल गया तब वो फ्लाइट में बैठ गए और आ गए।
So a lot of political upheaval that continues to happen from Bengal to Maharashtra, possibly in UP too. We'll be tracking that and more. But what's happening in our business markets? I'm now going across for our BT show, Sakshi Batra for the latest. Sakshi.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good afternoon, dear viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the closing action on Dalal Street. But first up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. Markets continue its winning streak for the fourth session, supported by lower crude prices and easing geopolitical worries. Sensex also gained about 200 points, near 77,000. The Nifty is hovering around 24,000 points. IT, PSU banks and consumer durables rally. Mumbai's water crisis is spilling over to the real estate sector. Shares of developers with strong Mumbai exposure have slipped in trade after the BMC has suspended water supply to construction sites and stopped new connections as reservoir levels have dropped to critically low levels. Telegram has approached the Delhi High Court challenging the government's temporary ban until June 22nd. The move comes amid fresh controversy after CEO Pavel Durov has alleged that Reliance has interfered with access to the messaging platform outside India. India's defence sector reaches a new milestone as production touches 1.78 lakh crore rupees in FY26. PM Modi credits the growth to Atmanirbhar Bharat, innovation and local manufacturing, while Rajnath Singh has highlighted policy support and increasing private sector participation. And India-US ties face a key moment as Prime Minister Modi is set to meet President Trump at G7. Talks will focus on trade, energy and defense. G7 leaders also highlighted Indo-Pacific stability and committed to reducing dependence on the Strait of Hormuz while increasing energy stocks. Let's quickly look at how the markets are trading. Right at the beginning of the show, you're looking at the Nifty hovering at around 24,087 odd points. You can clearly see there is an improvement after some dip that we saw. 0.5% rally for the Nifty Bank, which is outperforming the Nifty at this point in time. Several sectors are aiding the kind of gains we are seeing. The PSU banking space is up by 1.5%. It's the top moving sector right now. Metals are shining bright. You can see an 0.8% rally there. Even the IT stocks have recovered now. 0.8% rally can be seen on that front. Even the broader markets, the small caps and the mid caps are hovering about 0.5% higher in this session. When we look at the losses, autos, real estate, FMCG, these are the pockets that are showing you some declines, along with India VIX, of course, which is down by 1.65%. That indicates that there is more confidence into the markets and less volatility. Let's quickly go across to our guest of the day. We have Ambarish Palega, market expert, joining in on the program to share with us a fresh take on the markets and how do we look at the current texture. Warm welcome. Good afternoon to you, Ambarish. Good to have you with us. Well, first up, the fresh round of rally that we are seeing in the markets, extending of the gains for the fourth consecutive session. This is right after the hopes that the U.S. Iran peace deal will be signed very soon. And we've also seen a reflection in the Brent crude prices slipping below $80 a barrel, something that has been a major pain point for Indian economy and for Indian markets too. How are you looking at these fresh developments, and what does it mean for an average retail investor who's been waiting for the finality of the war to see some good days coming back to the D Street?
In fact, this is what we have been waiting for the last 3 months. So finally, it seems to be in place, but still, I mean, it is about another 3 days to go, and there can be a slip between the cup and the lip. Looking at the unpredictability of President Trump. So just, keeping our fingers crossed, just hope it goes through, signed off, and peace returns. And we've already seen a preview of that with the oil prices coming down sharply. Possibly once it's signed off, we could see oil prices another $5 to $8 lower, which is good news for globally as well as especially India. I think the only issue which we are facing right now is the monsoons, because that's got delayed. And in case the coverage is not as good as expected, already the forecasters have talked about the rainfall being the lowest in the last 11 years. So if it is better than that, then I think it is positive. But in case not, then I think we'll again stare at food inflation going ahead. So that's the only thing which we are worried about. Otherwise, when you talk of geopolitical front, I think things should fall in place, hopefully. So in that case, we are in fact looking at a decent move up as far as the markets are concerned.
Okay. And what about the oil and gas pocket, especially the OMCs, which have been rallying with a fresh breath of air? Are you looking at this sector positively?
Yeah, surely, because they were making losses on every liter of diesel and petrol sold. And with oil prices coming down to where they are right now, in fact, all of them should be making profits. Unless, of course, government goes ahead and decides to reduce the fuel price, which I don't think they may do, at least for the next 2 or 3 months, because that is the time required to make good the losses they have made in the last 3 months. So, if you're looking from a short-term perspective, yes, I think most of the OMCs should do better, and the stock should move up from here.
Okay, got that. Let me also ask you on the global front again. We are seeing Prime Minister Modi set to meet President Trump at the G7 summit. This is the first face-to-face meeting between the two countries' representatives after 16 months. And this also comes to be the first face-to-face meeting after the relationship between the two nations was seen to be having soured after Operation Sindoor as well. Finally, we are seeing some developments which are indicating to a positive move as far as even U.S.-India trade deal is concerned. That's been a major overhang as well for the stock markets and for retail investors. The entire 2025 calendar year was washed out because of this tariff tantrum. It continued to grow even in 2026 before the focus shifted to the war. Your sense of how should the market and the participants look at this development now?
See, when you look at the visuals of President Trump and Prime Minister Modi's meetings, the body language looks quite positive. So that's giving a sign that the relationships should get better from what we saw in the last 12 to 15 months. So hopefully, since the trade agreement is more or less getting finalized, I think should get done, which should be favorable to a certain extent to India. That again should be positive for the markets, but I think that should happen possibly over the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay, got that. I also wanted to understand from you, once, there were these signs we've been discussing with you over a period of time, that once things start to move in the positive direction for the markets, which are the pockets that one should be really looking at? How are you looking and, probably selecting some opportunities for your clients at this point in time? The moment we see things progressing well, you did also put, a caveat, and that's as far as the monsoons are concerned. But even then, where are the valuations indicating to a fresh move?
I think it should be across, but the ones which should outperform should be the EPC players. Especially those who have operations or those who have a footprint in the Middle East and West Asia. So I think they will be the major gainers because there'll be a decent amount of reconstruction happening in that space. And this also includes, those who are into, water, sector. So that's the other sector where I see, extremely decent orders coming in. Specialty chemicals is the other space where I think that China Plus One, which was supposed to play out in 2021, will start playing out now. And we have seen the earnings from most of them starting to improve in the last 2 quarters. So I think that's going to continue going ahead. Along with this, I would be quite positive on pharma. I would be positive on autos to a certain extent. And at the same time, the products which go into construction and infra, for example, cement and steel, I think these are the 2 sectors which should continue doing well.
All right. Okay. So I hope all our viewers have noted that down, the key sectors that are showing you some signs of a turnaround right now. We'll take a short break right here. When we return, of course, Ambarish is going to be with us to spot some more opportunities on D Street. And we'll be, of course, discussing a fresh development on Telegram. Stay tuned for that.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance Raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
ये सब लोग शिवसेना पार्टी के मशाल चिन्ह के ऊपर चुनकर आए हैं। हाँ, उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे ये पार्टी है। मोदी जी के चेहरे पर नहीं या शिंदे जी के चेहरे पर नहीं चुनकर आए हैं। ये उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे जी और बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के चेहरे पर लोगों ने उनको वोट दिया है। अगर कोई बेईमानी करता है तो याद रखिए 15-15 करोड़ कल रात को दिया, पैसा पहुंच गया, ऐसा मुझे इन्फॉर्मेशन है। और बाद में चार्टर फ्लैट में बैठे, पहले पैसा हाथ में दे दो, वो पैसा लिया है लोगों ने, और बाद में चार्टर फ्लाइट दिया। नांदेड़ से, पुणे से, 3 जगह से चार्टर फ्लाइट छोड़े।
See, the Congress government itself is doing a real estate now, taking these 7,000 and odd acres of fertile land of the farmers, that too the costliest land, about 15 to 20 crore rupees per acre. See, this government is going to acquire that land in the name of township. It is totally a real estate business, so that our party is against to this move.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. We'll talk about the fresh development in Telegram, which has moved the Delhi High Court now against the government's temporary ban on the messaging platform till June 22nd. The move comes after Telegram has faced scrutiny over its alleged misuse in the NEET exam paper leak row. Meanwhile, a fresh controversy has also erupted after Telegram CEO Pavel Durov has actually made allegations against Reliance Industries. In a post on X, Durov has claimed that Reliance Industries is disrupting access to Telegram for millions of users outside India through what he describes as a BGP hijacking. BGP, or Border Gateway Protocol, is the system that helps route internet traffic between different networks and directs data to the right destination. Durov has also alleged that the move could be linked to competitive tensions involving WhatsApp. He's also claimed that the disruption may benefit Telegram's rival messaging platform and raise concerns over the misuse of global internet routing. We'll also move forward and talk to you about LinkedIn. If you're worried about AI impacting your jobs, Business Today televisions may have some answers for you. We've actually got in touch with LinkedIn and we were given some insights on the subject as well. The big takeaway being freshers who are embracing adaptability, entrepreneurship and new skills will be best placed to succeed. Let's listen into what the conversation unfolded as far as AI-linked job losses and concerns around it is concerned.
You did talk about India, and I do want to emphasize on the young Indian workforce, which is quite large in number. And while they're all very enthusiastic in looking forward to opportunities, they're also the most unemployed when it comes to white-collar jobs. Do we blame AI or do we just blame the geopolitical circumstances?
Look, it's tough to find a job. It's exceptionally tough if you're a fresher, if you're coming into the labor market in India. Our data shows that a lot of that is interest rates. If you look at sort of where hiring was pre-pandemic to now, and if you look at entry-level work with other work, generally it's interest rates. But I would say certainly the uncertainty of what AI is going to do to work is in the swirl. Companies are really wrestling through what is this technology, how are we going to use it, what does that mean for our workforce. People who are coming into the workforce are wondering what does this mean for the jobs that we need to get in order to build the experience that we need to have in order to become leaders at companies. I will say in the past, and I've been global now with this book, in the past few months, there's a really good conversation happening, which is that companies need entry-level workers. That is the future leadership. And those entry-level workers bring strengths. They know AI tools, they're more entrepreneurial. Entry-level workers, freshers, are starting to get more creative about how they think about the job search. If they can't get that one job at that one place, they're, with curiosity, as we talk about in the book, thinking about other sectors. Small businesses are a huge growth story already. They're hiring, they're looking elsewhere. And I think and hope more and more people are going to build businesses as a side project or eventually as their full-time job. So the creator economy and founders on LinkedIn is a great signal for us. Founders is up over 100% year over year on LinkedIn. Of the top 3 jobs for new grads, the number 3 one is content creator. 7 in 10 Indian professionals we surveyed want to work for themselves at some point. So this younger generation, I think, is starting with a need to rely on themselves, be resilient. They don't think they'll get one job at one company and be okay. And I think that's going to bode well for them as they try and figure this out.
Let's also shift focus to the real estate sector, and we have Ambarish with us on the platform. Real estate sector is the one that has really taken it on the chin today, about 0.5% lower. And one of the key reasons why the sector is down today is because BMC has announced restrictions on water usage, including the suspension of water supply to construction sites across Mumbai. In addition, it has imposed a 20% reduction in water supply to industrial, commercial and sports establishments as well. According to the BMC, the objective is to preserve the potable water supplies and to prevent any kind of wastage. The move has definitely triggered some concerns around potential disruptions to the real estate sector and project executions, because Mumbai is definitely seen as India's largest and most profitable, property markets as well. Ambarish, I want to understand from you, how are you looking at the real estate sector amidst this fresh development? Of course, this comes in as the delayed monsoon concerns, which you also alluded to, have been one of the key reasons why BMC has taken this step as well. BMC has talked about how the reservoir levels have dropped to critically low levels because of the delayed monsoons, and that's why they had to take this move. How would you look at the real estate sector on the basis of this?
No, in fact, I mean, this is a short-term negative because if you see every year, by the time the monsoon starts, you have the construction activities slowing down. And that normally happens in Mumbai by the first week of June. So this time the activities went on till at least mid-June. And now because of this restriction, I mean, there would be a stoppage of work, I mean, possibly for the next week or 2 weeks. Because the way I see it is, once you have the monsoons in shape, I mean, again, we are expecting monsoons to hit Mumbai by at least 20th or 22nd. And maybe 2 weeks after that, I think these restrictions may go off. So the way I see it is, this is a short-term negative. And I think people should utilize this opportunity in case the stocks correct. I mean, we have seen like some of the Bombay-based real estate stocks correcting. In case they correct further, I think it's a buying opportunity.
Absolutely. What would you do with the stocks that have fallen about 3 to 4% in the session today? Oberoi Realty, Lodha, Sobha, so many of them have seen a decline today. Would you see this as only a temporary blip and therefore an opportunity for investors to dip in? Or is there going to be a prolonged impact that the sector could face?
No, I don't see a prolonged impact because, like I said, typically during monsoons, the construction activity slows down. So, I mean, the only difference is right now it has stopped. And it may stop just for a week or maximum 2 weeks. So I don't really see that this is a major negative. So I see it as an opportunity. So something like a Oberoi, which is more Bombay centric. I mean, I would surely look to buy it at lower levels.
Okay. What about the ancillary space linked to the real estate space? How are you looking at those sectors and segments? Which are the pockets that you're looking at for better opportunities from here?
No, in fact, I mean, most of the ancillary space had suffered because of the geopolitical issues and because of the supply chains getting hit. Now, since there's a positive news on that, over the next 3 or 4 months, we'll see the supply chains again getting back to normal. So from that point of view, I think for the ancillary space also, it's a positive news, and one should be looking to buy.
One should be definitely looking to buy as well. Apart from this, I wanted to also ask you on the broader markets, the mid and the small caps. We have seen a considerable amount of improvement with the way mid caps, small caps, and even micro caps have performed over the last couple of months after a long drawn underperformance. How are you seeing their, the outlook on those vis-a-vis the large caps? Just to understand when the market starts to move, which are the pockets that will see a fresh wave of momentum continue?
In fact, like you rightly mentioned, the last 18 months till about March 2026, we have seen most of the mid-cap and the small caps underperforming majorly. And in fact, we have seen some of them even correcting to the levels of 50% to 80% lower than where they were in September 2024. But at the same time, quite a few of them had shown performance which was better than the sort of losses which we had seen in the price correction which we had seen. So because of which we saw interest coming back into the mid-cap and the small cap from April onwards. And once you see momentum coming in, there are a lot of people who jump in for short-term to medium-term gains. And right now we are just seeing that the momentum continues. And as long as the performance continues to be good, I'm talking of the earnings, which again, at least for the next couple of quarters, I see quite a few of them performing better than what the analysts are expecting. So I think this rally in the small and mid caps will continue for at least the foreseeable future. But at the same time, I think one should be quite careful. Just because the stock has moved does not mean it's a buy. I think one should be looking at the fundamentals and then, look to buy it. Unlike the large cap and the blue chips, where you don't need to do too much of research. But as far as the small caps and mid caps are concerned, I think one should do some research before buying.
All right, Ambrish, we'll thank you then for being with us on the program today and helping us decode some opportunities for our viewers as well as always. About 90 points higher. We are holding up at 24,077 onto the market. So a happy set of green and the fourth consecutive session when the markets have moved higher. But let's shift focus to our discussion of the day, and that's on the real estate pack. Like I said, the BMC has announced restrictions on water usage, including the suspension of water supply to construction sites across Mumbai. So let's try and decode the impact of this across the residential real estate sector, the commercial real estate sector as well. And we are going to be joined by two experts who are joining in to share with us their perspective on this entire platform. We have Dr. Prashant Thakur, Executive Director and Head of Research and Advisory at Anurag Group, now joining in. And we also have Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, the MD of Hiranandani Group, also joining in on the platform. Welcome to both of you, and thank you so much for taking the time out for this warm discussion. Mr. Hiranandani, I'm going to be starting off by understanding from you, what do you make of these measures that BMC has taken, and what does it mean for the entire real estate sector? And do you really see for yourself also, since you have a big, of course, presence in the Mumbai metropolitan region, how do you see the impact of this for your projects as well, sir?
This happens every other year, that all the economic channels come back to me because the monsoon is delayed and there is a water crisis and they don't stop the construction thing. So we get all these stories every year. Monsoon will be another 7 days away because it has reached Kerala. So we hope in 7 to 10 days, all the discussions that you have on India Today and other channels will get over. BT Today will all get over. But you know the real problem? The real problem is that we don't use water efficiently. We put all the sewage water in the sea. If we recycled all the water, we would have 30% more water available to the whole city. So our racecourse, our gardens, our football grounds, all the other industries are using fresh water. Actually, for air conditioning, for flushing, we can use recycled water. The city of Nagpur recycles so much water and they sell it to industry and make a profit out of it. And their requirement of water actually has come down. We put raw sewage into the sea. We are now putting up sewage treatment plants, but we have no provision for the purposes of recycling the water and using it. Because water is given very cheap. So that is the difficulty which we have. The cost of water billed to the people is so low that they use it. There are buildings which have got recycled water available, but they don't use recycling machines because it's cost, while they get very low cost water from the Municipal Corporation of Mumbai. So that's a problem. But look at a company now, let me show off a little bit. My own company, we process 7 million liters of sewage water every day in our projects and use it for gardens, flushing, commercial and other aspects of the thing. So we have been doing it only for 30 years plus. But the whole city of Mumbai does not process 8 million liters. And we do it only in our company. So the question is, instead of coming every year at this point of time for a 10 minutes discussion, what we need to do is to start a discussion on how we can actually use water efficiently in our cities, recycle the water and do it. Of course, there is water distillation possible from the sea, and you can do that also, but that is cost effective. There's another way to enhance water supply, that is put up more dams. And that is what we are planning to do. We are going to put up 3 new dams from Mumbai. But we don't want to recycle water of Mumbai. We have a turf club where we have the sewage line coming into the sea. But if we just put a sewage treatment plant, a small one, on the turf club in Mumbai, the turf club, which is 200 acres, can be then have water from that line instead of using fresh water, which comes all the way from Vetarna and is chlorinated. and you don't need chlorinated water for the for the grass which is there. So you don't have to actually treat it. So all in all, it's a wonderful discussion to say what are the problems of the construction industry in this short period of 10 days or so. I'm very happy. I'm very grateful to you that you're considerate to bring this issue up in your channel. But the reality is that we feel there's a better long-term provision that we need to do. And I'm glad that you've called me over here so that I can share that with all the people in Mumbai.
We'll dive a little deeper as well. Thanks for your opening comments, Mr. Hiranandani. I'll also go across to Dr. Prashant, who's with us from Anurag. Give us an understanding of how are you assessing the current situation, the segments that you believe will be most impacted. Are you looking at the newly constructed places, those places that probably are affordable vis-a-vis the expensive ones? How are you analyzing the impact? And also, would deliveries get impacted because of this step is the key question.
Prachi, I would agree to Mr. Hiranandani to a greater extent that, every year this becomes a recurring problem and there's hardly any lessons learned unless the economic cost of these kind of disruption becomes too, high for the industry. Now, let me give you an example from data point of view. If we talk about total under construction project in Mumbai alone, it is close to 5.25 lakhs units. And the city was expected to complete and deliver close to 1.45 unit by end of this year. And though this disruption might be for 10 days, 15 days, we don't know how long the monsoon will get delayed, but definitely it would have some kind of negative impact on the construction timeline. We were already trying to kind of cope up with the disruption in supply chain because of the disruption that we saw because of this war. Luckily that has come to an end, but this new spanner that has come in place is also going to put some kind of pressure on the construction timeline. It does not only kind of has a sentimental impact on the overall industry, but also would impact some kind of new launch pipeline in the next coming 15 or 20 days. So I think the economic cost slowly is getting too high to ignore. And I think we need a long-term solution rather than these kind of knee-jerk reaction that we kind of stop the water supply or have a heavy kind of cut on these things. Because, it'll not only impact your residential real estate segment, but other walks of life, other businesses also will get disrupted. So, to be very focused on the real estate point of view, I think Mumbai has always kind of adhered to the strict timeline thanks to the strong RERA that we have. But these kind of unforeseen disruption and that to back, definitely will have some impact on the overall construction timeline.
Okay. Dr. Hiranandani, I'll come to you. And I want to understand from you, sir, when you say that, of course, it's a recurring issue, long-term solutions need to be sought at this point in time. What I'm trying to understand is, of course, that is a discussion. I will also take from you the suggestions that you are passing on to what the state, what the center, and what the citizens together can do to curb this problem going forward from here. But on the immediate basis, we are given to understand, like you pointed out, 7-8 days is when the monsoons will start coming in. Will there be an immediate relief? Will that also take time? And in the meanwhile, will real estate developers have to face impact on their financials?
The answer is yes. I mean, the simple question is that whenever you delay anything, it's bound to create some problem whatsoever. The question is not that. You see, the question is what is going to happen next year? It's going to be the same. So the story continues. So it doesn't matter if it is 7 days. I wouldn't mind taking a sabbatical for 7 days. External measures are something which obviously happen. There's war, there is other issues, there's Middle East crisis, there's a gas shortage. There's so many things which come. So yes, but when you have proper solutions are easily available, technology is affordable, cost of putting up a new dam is much more bigger, the environmental issues are definitely better, you're putting bad water into the sea. Singapore, for instance, uses 100% of its wastewater again by recycling. Now, question is, I'm saying use only 30% of that. and we'll have 30% more water, and you won't have to have that much water supply. You will get 24 hours water supply coming from municipal corporation if you just did recycling of the water. So this is something that we really expeditiously need to do. And once we do that, every year you will have one more issue on the channel. But that's the good thing for having a long-term issue on this issue. And the point is technology is available. Idea is available. Money is available. We know what is to be done. We know how it is to be done. It is already done in other places. It is done in other countries. It is done in India. It is done in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
What's the great new thing that we are asking for? I'm not asking for some new AI technology that has to come into the race. I'm asking plain, simple recycling water, which we started 30 years ago in Powai. So what is so new to be done? And this is used everywhere in the world now. So please, let's start looking long-term and doing it. As to continue the issue, of the problem that is there in the short run, the answer is yes. There is a problem. We are going to be affected. There will be timeline issues, and it's been correctly told by Narendra very accurately. He's even given good figures and numbers of how many are going to be done. But having said that, think long-term and solve it for perpetuity so that my children and grandchildren don't keep on coming to your channel and say, oh my God, here is the problem.
Got that. I hope they do keep coming to our channel, but maybe not for this issue. That's the only thing. Thank you so much, Dr. Hiranandani, and thank you so much, Dr. Prashant, for being with us on the platform. Completely out of time on this edition, but stay tuned on to India Today. Much more coming up on the other side.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
India Today presents India Today Smart Money Financial Summit 2026, Safeguarding the Future. As India's financial landscape evolves at an unprecedented pace, the conversations shaping tomorrow have never been more important. Join the leaders shaping the future of finance. India Today Smart Money Financial Summit 2026, Safeguarding the Future. Mumbai, June 18, 2026. Watch live.
अभी तक तो मैं मानता हूं कि सब साथ है, हमारा दल एक है। अभी तक कोई किस प्रकार का किसी ने लेटर दिया है या नहीं दिया है, आपके माध्यम से हमको इंफॉर्मेशन है। लेकिन ये रविवार को 14 तारीख को हमारी सभी सांसदों की एक मीटिंग मातोश्री पर उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में हो गई। हम सब वहां थे। वहां हमारे 4 सांसद प्रत्यक्ष अरविंद जी थे, अनिल जी थे, राजा भाऊ वाजे नासिक से थे और मुंबई से संजय जीना पाटिल थे और बाकी जो 4-5-6 लोग थे वो ऑनलाइन वर्चुअली थे। वो सभी ने उस वक्त कहा 2 दिन पहले कि हम लोग पार्टी के साथ ही है, हम उद्धव जी आपके साथ है, हाँ हम आपको छोड़कर कहाँ जाएंगे। और उसमें से एक दो सांसद है, उसने 4 बार साईं बाबा की शपथ ली, एक ने माता भवानी की शपथ ली, एक ने माँ और बेटी की शपथ ली, हाँ एक ने बार बार अपने माँ की शपथ ली। और उसके बावजूद अगर कोई साईं बाबा, माता भवानी, माँ की शपथ लेकर भी कोई शिवसेना जैसे अपने माँ से बेईमानी करना चाहते, शिवसेना माँ है हम सब, बेईमानी करना चाहते तो हम उनको छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जो चाहे वो कर लीजिए।
You have stirred a big controversy by writing this open letter to the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, asking that the RSS register itself, disclose its financial details, its taxation systems. Are you in a sense spoiling for a fight with the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, Mr. Kharge?
Firstly, Rajdeep ji, I don't know how is it called a controversy, number one, and how am I itching for a fight when I'm just doing my job? And in my letter, it's very clearly stated that it is based on a report by the Akhil Bharatiya Pratinidhi Sabha, which is the highest decision-making body of the RSS. And they have released a 2025-26 report, which says that they have an extensive footprint in Karnataka. They have 4,127 daily shakas. They have 1,389 weekly millons and over 60 monthly mandalis. And they say that they have had more than 2,194 Samajotsavas, where over 20 lakh people have participated. They have had over 562 route marches in Karnataka, covering up to 3 kilometers with close to around 2.2 lakh people participating in uniform. And this does not by any way look like it is a very random organization doing things. It looks completely focused. It is completely cadre-based. And more importantly, when more than 20 lakh people are coming together under the name of an organization, isn't it the responsibility of mine to understand who these people are, what they do, right, why they do it, and where are they getting the funding from?
India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Big news coming in. He is a football legend. Star Lionel Messi writing to Bengal cops over Kolkata event. The football legendary star Lionel Messi has written to Bengal police over last year's Kolkata event. Messi writing that event promoter Satadru Datta was not responsible for the mess, instead pinning the blame of former Bengal sports minister Arup Biswas. Email has been sent by the football star's office on 17th June mentions, I quote it here, "In my opinion, the unfortunate decision to have to terminate the event early was not in the control of the event promoter, Mr. Satadru Datta. He was not responsible for this. Rather, it was a precautionary measure necessitated by the breach of event protocol and security arrangements on the ground by parties that were not part of the original event plan." So basically suggesting that more could have been done to avoid the chaos. I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now, but stay tuned. Coming up from 4 p.m, Gaurav Sawant is going to tell you all that's happening with Geeta Mohan and at the G7 summit with Pranay Upadhyay about the Modi-Trump upcoming meeting.
You are watching India Today.
अभी तक तो मैं मानता हूं सब साथ है, हमारा दल एक है। अभी तक कोई किस प्रकार का किसी ने लेटर दिया है या नहीं दिया है, आपके माध्यम से हम लोग हमको इंफॉर्मेशन है। लेकिन ये रविवार को 14 तारीख को हमारी सभी सांसदों की एक मीटिंग मातोश्री पर उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में हो गई। हम सब वहां थे। वहां हमारे 4 सांसद प्रत्यक्ष अरविंद जी थे, अनिल जी थे, राजा भाऊ वाजे नासिक से थे और मुंबई से संजय जीना पाटिल थे और बाकी जो 4-5-6 लोग थे वो ऑनलाइन वर्चुअली थे। वो सभी ने उस वक्त कहा 2 दिन पहले कि हम लोग पार्टी के साथ ही है, हम उद्धव जी आपके साथ है, हाँ हम आपको छोड़कर कहाँ जाएंगे। और उसमें से 1-2 सांसद है उसने 4 बार साईं बाबा की शपथ ली, एक ने माता भवानी की शपथ ली, एक ने माँ और बेटी की शपथ ली, हाँ एक ने बार बार अपने माँ की शपथ ली। और उसके बावजूद अगर कोई साईं बाबा, माता भवानी, माँ की शपथ लेकर भी कोई शिवसेना जैसे अपने माँ से बेईमानी करना चाहते, शिवसेना माँ है हम सब, बेईमानी करना चाहते तो हम उनको छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जो चाहे वो कर लीजिए।
उबाठा नाम की पार्टी अब धीरे धीरे खत्म हो रही है। उबाठा के नेतृत्व पर उबाठा के जो एमएलएज हैं, जो एमपीज हैं, अब उनका विश्वास नहीं रहा। तो 2029 आते आते ये पार्टी पूरी तरह से खत्म हो जाएगी। क्यों? क्योंकि रोज उबाठा छोड़ करके उद्धव ठाकरे के नेतृत्व में अविश्वास जताते हुए लोग पार्टी छोड़ के बाहर निकल रहे हैं। अब उनके जहां तक सांसदों की बात है, हमारा उससे कोई लेना देना नहीं, उनकी पार्टी का यह अंदरूनी विषय है। उन्होंने पिछले दिनों मातोश्री में एक बैठक बुलाई थी और उद्धव ठाकरे जी जो हमेशा फेसबुक लाइव रहते हैं, पहली बार उनसे प्रेरणा लेकर के उनके सांसद ऑनलाइन लाइव हो गए और उन्होंने मीटिंग ज्वाइन नहीं की।
ऐसा है कि ऑपरेशन टाइगर के मामले में जो 7 सांसदों के साथ में हमारी चर्चा अंतिम क्षण में आ चुकी है। जैसा हम लोग ऑपरेशन करने किसी हॉस्पिटल में जाते हैं तो पहले इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाता है और वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन सारे रिपोर्ट्स आ चुकी है। अभी केवल ये डॉक्टर का अंतिम ऑपरेशन का जो दिन होता है, ऑपरेशन की अपॉइंटमेंट दिन आना है, ऑपरेशन के दिन आ जाएगा, उस दिन ये ऑपरेशन हो जाएगा।
Oh, he's a much tougher negotiator than me, and he's a much better negotiator than me. There's not even a contest. Okay?
Tariff, trade deals, and testing times. They were meeting after 16 long months. And all eyes were on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and U.S. President Donald Trump at the G7 summit. But what unfolded was not quite what many had anticipated. The trademark Modi hug was missing. In its place, a simple, formal handshake. No grand display of dosti, no grand display of personal chemistry. No optics of extraordinary camaraderie. Every gesture measured, every interaction calibrated. Subtle yet significant. Perhaps a message that India's ties with the United States are rooted in strategic interests, not symbolism. Especially after months of difficult conversations over tariff, trade and geopolitical alignments. But there were smiles all around. There were conversations. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi stood alongside U.S. President Donald Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron in the front row of the official G7 leaders' photograph, the image spoke for itself. A visual reminder of India's growing weight in global affairs. The message to the world was clear. Bharat is not present, but is prominent. Before the summit, Prime Minister Modi greeted leaders, engaging comfortably with heads of state and government. But notably, there was no rush towards Donald Trump. No exceptional optics. Just the confidence of a leader representing a nation increasingly comfortable with its global standing. In diplomacy, perhaps, that was the headline. Because sometimes what leaders choose not to do speaks as loudly as what they do. The missing hug at this G7 summit may have conveyed a message far bigger than the handshake itself. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Hello and welcome. I'm Geeta Mohan, and with me is my colleague Gaurav Sawant.
We're tracking the Modi-Trump bilateral meet, the first between the two leaders in over 16 months, Geeta.
Absolutely. Now, over the next 4 hours, we will be bringing you all the key developments, major announcements, and the big takeaways for India-US relations.
Is this relationship going to return on an even keel? It looks easier said than done, given the roller coaster ride over the past 16 months, and more so because of President Trump's words and actions. But first, as always, the headlines.
All eyes on Modi-Trump bilateral at 6:15 p.m. Modi sets the tone for Trump meet. Only handshake, no hugs this time. Seated next to Trump, Prime Minister Modi underscores issue of trust deficit.
Sitting next to President Trump, Prime Minister Narendra Modi raises the issue of Indian seafarers' deaths at G7, says many Indian civilians have lost their lives, asserts it is the responsibility of all to ensure safety of global shipping lanes.
magic is back. Modi and Meloni reunion steals G7 spotlight. Meloni gushes over friend Modi, says we are most famous couple on Instagram.
The biggest newsmaker in the Maharashtra defection buzz on India today. Uddhav Thackeray's most trusted lieutenant Sanjay Raut claims 15 crore rupees offered to MPs to defect, says we'll know who are rebels tomorrow at the parliamentary party meeting.
पैसा मिला सांसदों को 15-15 करोड़ इन एडवांस, 50-60 करोड़ का डील है और उसका 15 करोड़ जब उनके हाथ में मिल गया तब वो फ्लाइट में बैठ गए और आ गए.
Shiv Sena dismisses Operation Tiger charges, says it is Operation Pragati. Shiv Sena claims dissent within Uddhav camp, nothing to do with Shinde Sena.
Massey flying forward.
So it is the countdown to the Modi-Trump meeting, the first meeting in 16 months, and a relationship that's been through an absolute roller coaster. That key meeting starts at 6:15 this evening.
Well, earlier today at the G7 summit in Évian, Prime Minister Modi addressed the outreach session on reviving a balanced, shared and sustainable economic growth for all. He raised the issue of energy supply chain disruptions. Prime Minister Modi stated that disruptions in fuel, fertilizer and food supply chains caused by the crisis in West Asia will continue to impact the global south for a considerable period. If we speak genuinely, he generally sought to strengthen international solidarity, the most vulnerable countries, particularly the global south, Gaurav, where he emphasized the need to ensure that the burden of this crisis should not be left to the vulnerable countries, to the global south.
Oh, absolutely. And this is where he said development should benefit all. The biggest aspect he raised was trust deficit. This is what the world requires right now. Now, international financial institutions, they should support, development support mechanism should help developing countries absorb the shock and maintain economic resilience. It shouldn't be a donor and receiver relationship. It should be partnership for growth. That was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's emphasis, Geeta.
Absolutely. He said all of that. We will be tracking developments when it comes to his bilateral meetings. He's had a few already on the sidelines of the G7, including with the President of the United Arab Emirates. Pranav Upadhyay, our colleague who is on the ground, reporting from the ground, is bringing us all the updates, but it is ahead of that crucial meeting with President Donald Trump. Sandeep Unithan, my colleague, also joins me, senior journalist from the studio, but Pranay Upadhyay joins me from the ground. So Pranay, to you first. Lots of important messaging when it comes to the outreach meeting where the guest countries were also there, present, whether it's energy crisis, whether it's the seafarers, whether it's safety and security of Indian nationals, and a lot of messaging when it comes to trust and international order and those who are not following international norms and rules.
Absolutely, Geeta. If you see the bilateral meeting lineup for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, maximum of his meetings were with the European partners. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a meeting with the UK Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held, separate set of bilateral engagement with the French President. But today, he's also going to, and in fact, that meeting is, I'm told that it's still on Prime Minister's engagement with EU Chief Ursula von der Leyen. And in fact, that is very important in terms of India-EU FTA and its early ratification, which is expected by the end of this year. Prime Minister is again in Europe within a span of 1 month. And in fact, Prime Minister Modi is also expected to meet German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. And all these important engagement of Prime Minister Narendra Modi clearly indicates that the economic priority India's export, scope and its expansion remains a priority for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his engagement. But besides that, his engagement with a strategic partner like United Arab Emirates, and in fact, both the leaders share a very special bond because in the recent past we have seen the kind of messaging coming from New Delhi for Abu Dhabi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also held a brief stopover meeting in United Arab Emirates last month. So this clearly shows that length and breadth of Prime Minister Modi's engagement. But the big ticket meeting will be Prime Minister Modi's engagement with U.S. President Donald Trump after a gap of 16 months. And a lot is being talked about the body language, the issues, what they can discuss. What I can tell you right now that the meeting schedule is slightly delayed because the last day session of the G7 summit has actually started with a delay of almost an hour. And in fact, most of the engagements are getting delayed. But we are still waiting for a confirmation that whether they will be able to make it as per the schedule or whether it will get slightly delayed. But nevertheless, the issue will remain that what are they going to discuss from India's point of view.
When we look at the optics, Pranay, and I want to quickly bring in Sandeep Puneethan into this conversation. 2018, President Trump in his first tenure, Jim Mattis then as Secretary Defense and not War that time, the Pacific Command was rechristened the Indo-Pacific Command. And in President Trump's second tenure, Sandeep, just today, they've reverted to the 1947 name of PACOM, U.S. Pacific Command. What should we read into this signal?
Well, it's very clear, Gaurav, there seems to be some kind of an understanding between the United States and China. China was deeply concerned about that rebadging of the Pacific Command. They didn't want it to be known as the Indo-PACOM, which basically meant that the United States would focus on the Indian Ocean, particularly with respect to China. But very clearly, this has been done with China in mind. Now, Geeta and me, we've been tracking it over the last couple of months. Gaurav, we saw that first statement. In fact, that was flagged by Pranay when Marco Rubio made that first statement when he was talking to the Chinese. He said the PACOM, he mentioned the PACOM, he didn't mention it as the Indo-Pacific Command, which is what it was since 2018. But the fact is that the United States, Trump seems to have done this to accommodate China's interests. And therefore, there are other implications to this, Gaurav. What happens to the Quad? Because the Quad was all about the United States rebalance towards the Indo-Pacific.
Yes.
What happens to that? Does this mean that China now rules the roast as far as the Pacific and the Indian Ocean are concerned, and the United States has withdrawn from this theater in some kind of an accommodation with China? This is, it doesn't bode very well for us, Gaurav, and particularly the timing. What interests me most about this is the timing. As they say in politics, timing is everything. Why did they announce it now, a few hours before President Trump is to meet Prime Minister Modi, Gaurav?
Also joining Geeta and I on this special broadcast are Dr. Harinder Sekho, consultant at the Vivekanand Foundation, and Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, India's former ambassador to Italy, was our Consul General in Karachi. Ambassador Dogra, would you want to weigh in on this Indo-PACOM just being called PACOM now, and the optics of the Modi-Trump meet, a handshake, no hug? Is there an attempt to bring the relationship on an even keel? What are signals from the United States?
Well, Gaurav, you used the term roller coaster to describe India-America relations in recent times. In fact, during his first term, Trump's first term, we were coasting along fine. The rolling down started in his second term. Why he did it? Was it because of his infatuation with the so-called field marshal of our neighbor? Or were there some other reasons that he didn't get all the commercial deals that he wanted? That remains to be seen. But the fact is that Trump, for some reason, has decided that he does not care. As Sandeep has brought it out very carefully and correctly, that such things are not done a few hours in advance of a high-level meeting, in this case between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. And yet they didn't care. If we go back a little towards a couple of days back when our foreign minister had a telephone conversation with Rubio, Rubio's comments were, they were not fitting of a high-level diplomat. he did not care that 3 Indians were killed for no reason at all. He did not care that one of the dead Indians, his body was decomposing. He said rules have to be obeyed. Which rules? Rules by which America made $10 billion by smuggling out oil and oil products in collusion with Qatar and UAE. Are these the rules that Rubio was talking about? The other thing is your reference to Quad. In my opinion, and I've been quite vocal about it, Quad was dead on arrival because America's only interest was signaling to China. It was not, there was not even a word in any of the communiques about our concerns up north. So it was always waters, waters, waters. And now that China has shown him the stick, he's even removed that Indian part out of that US Pacific command. So all told, signals are not good, signs are not good. Why Trump is doing it, only time will tell. But Trump has been making a lot of mistakes, including the war with Iran.
Okay, if I could go to Dr. Sekho over here. Harinder, good to see you. But the fact of the matter over here is that, like Ambassador Dogra was saying, the announcement or the removal of the term Indo in the Indo-Pacific Command comes just ahead of the meeting with President Donald Trump. And similarly, in February, just ahead of the leadership meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump held a press conference and announced the tariffs. In fact, he was waiting to enter the White House when the press conference had just concluded. Clearly shows that there's a lot of signaling, there's a lot of messaging that, yes, we need you, we don't want you, we don't necessarily need you. And in many ways, the signaling of the shift that we see, not just when it comes to China, but also Pakistan. Harinder, can you hear me?
The sound has just come. There was an audio issue. So could you just repeat what you said? Sorry.
Yes. I was just asking that, this is not the first time that we are seeing signaling a very strong message from Trump administration ahead of a meeting. We are looking at the term being removed from Indo-Pacific Command ahead of the meeting. And in February, just ahead of the leadership meeting in 2025, Trump held a press conference and announced tariffs. Clear signaling and messaging over here. Also, it's not just China when it comes to Indo-Pacific, it's also Pakistan.
Absolutely, Geeta, you've said it right. I think it's a high-stakes summit. And in the last 16 months, we've seen that the US has been acting in a most arbitrary manner. I mean, the US, which at the end of the Second World War, had stood forth as the custodian of the liberal world order, has gone back and kind of uprooted that very world order it was supposed to be defending. And India, especially, in a huge contrast to what we witnessed during Trump, the first administration, has been specifically singled out post-Sindoor. For whatever reasons. And when Rubio came here to New Delhi last month, he said it was tactical. But then events following that, as has been brought out, does not show that it's just tactical. I mean, I can understand that our Western neighbor is important maybe because of Iran and the Gulf crisis. But then that crisis was a needless crisis created by the United States. I mean, today they might take credit for opening up and restoring the open sea lanes at the Hormuz. But those were always open. I mean, you have created a mess in the last 3 months, and now you're taking credit because your best friend, the field marshal, has helped you negotiate some kind of a deal. And today there are reports coming in that they are trying to grab the Libyan oil. First it was Venezuela, then it's been the Gulf. So, it is worrisome because is it all money? Is it all about economics? Or is there going to be a responsibility which the US, as the most important, the most powerful country, most technologically advanced, had a role to play to make sure that the world evolved in a certain direction? And today we find that, there's a lot of upsets being created. India was slapped with 50% tariffs, and we heard the EM's statement last in Finland, where he said that it can't be, if you decide that, we buy oil from Russia and then we will not buy oil from Russia, we have to have stability, and India needs to act in its own self-interest, which I think that sensitivity is no longer there in the United States.
And it's so open. It's so open, the manner in which the US has behaved in the past 16 months. And I want to bring in our colleague Rohit, who tracks the White House and the Trump administration very closely. Rohit, your reading of what are President Trump's expectations, or the White House or State Department's expectations from this bilateral in France? Is this just one more meeting? Is there an attempt to bring the relationship on an even keel, or their entire focus is on Iran? They really don't care.
Well, I think there is an effort to obviously bring the relationship back on track. And I mean, in all honesty, I think the Rubio reset was one of the first steps that happened last month. I think it's really unfortunate that, 3 Indian sailors, or, they had that an incident, which kind of has put a big shadow on the summit. I think the Americans were pretty excited to have this bilat. I mean, something Secretary Rubio also mentioned to us when we talked to him, that, they wanted to have a bilat with President Trump. But I think, just judging by the images that we saw yesterday, I mean, obviously not the kind of images we're used to seeing when both these leaders have met in the past. But there is a sense of allowing the leaders to have this bilat, allowing them to reset the relationship, and allowing them to have these frank discussions on disagreements that both sides have, including trade and other aspects. That also includes the death of those 3 Indian sailors. So we'll have to wait and watch, Gaurav. But I think the mood initially, as far as I know, is that it was about resetting the relationship, taking it forward. But yes, there is that one big shadow that is, again, casting doubts about how this will all turn out. There's also the fact that, the American side is calling it as a bilat, the Indian side not so much yet. They're trying to probably use the word this could be a pull aside, which frankly also tells you that there is some disconnect as to how people should be reading the meeting between both these leaders. So we'll have to wait and watch. But I think from American perspective, they wanted to reset, and hence the urgency in getting both the leaders to do a bilat. Okay, so a reset America may be attempting, but Geeta, look at the manner in which India-America relations, the roller coaster, and from each time, India has only tried to improve the relationship. It's the Americans, each effort made by India to improve the relationship. It's the Americans who will impose a tariff, then another punitive 25% tariff, then, the relationship with Pakistan, saying that, they brokered that ceasefire. Every bit of this relationship, America, and now that's Section 301. That's again a sword of Damocles that's hanging over the trade ties, Geeta.
Absolutely. We'll discuss all that and more. Time for a short break. When we come back, it's a rolling coverage here on India Today on what to expect when it comes to the Trump-Modi meet.
Oh, absolutely. Because look, the relationship is strained as of now. That warm hug that one would have expected, that was missing. Both Geeta and I have covered both Howdy Modi and Namaste Trump in Houston, Texas, and at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. The bonhomie there, and a firm handshake yesterday, the first interaction in 16 months. The body language actually reflected the diplomatic tone. And as Rohit very rightly pointed out, the American side is calling it a bilateral. The Indian side has been mum. We get you more in this report as we take a break.
Oh, he's a much tougher negotiator than me, and he's a much better negotiator than me. There's not even a contest. Okay?
Tariff, trade deals, and testing times. They were meeting after 16 long months. And all eyes were on Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump at the G7 summit. But what unfolded was not quite what many had anticipated. The trademark Modi hug was missing. In its place, a simple, formal handshake. No grand display of dosti, no grand display of personal chemistry. No optics of extraordinary camaraderie. Every gesture measured, every interaction calibrated. Subtle yet significant. Perhaps a message that India's ties with the United States are rooted in strategic interests, not symbolism. Especially after months of difficult conversations over tariff, trade and geopolitical alignments. But there were smiles all around. There were conversations. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi stood alongside U.S. President Donald Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron in the front row of the official G7 leaders' photograph, the image spoke for itself. A visual reminder of India's growing weight in global affairs. The message to the world was clear. Bharat is not present, but is prominent. Before the summit, Prime Minister Modi greeted leaders, engaging comfortably with heads of state and government. But notably, there was no rush towards Donald Trump. No exceptional optics. Just the confidence of a leader representing a nation increasingly comfortable with its global standing. In diplomacy, perhaps, that was the headline. Because sometimes what leaders choose not to do speaks as loudly as what they do. The missing hug at this G7 summit may have conveyed a message far bigger than the handshake itself. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
India Today presents India Today Smart Money Financial Summit 2026, Safeguarding the Future. As India's financial landscape evolves at an unprecedented pace, the conversations shaping tomorrow have never been more important. Join the leaders shaping the future of finance. India Today Smart Money Financial Summit 2026, Safeguarding the Future. Mumbai, June 18, 2026. Watch live.
The India Today Media Institute could not have been founded on a firmer footing. The India Today Group's strength in understanding and delivering high-quality content is the very foundation of ITMI. We take pride in training our students to be exceptionally professional. So register now at www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in or call us on 95 600 65465.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
ये सब लोग शिवसेना पार्टी के मशाल चिन्ह के ऊपर चुनकर आए हैं। हाँ, उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे ये पार्टी है मोदी जी के चेहरे पर नहीं या शिंदे जी के चेहरे पर नहीं सुनकर आए हैं ये उद्धव बालासाहेब ठाकरे जी और बालासाहेब ठाकरे जी के चेहरे पर लोगों ने उनको वोट दिया है। अगर कोई बेईमानी करता है तो याद रखिए 15-15 करोड़ कल रात को दिया, पैसा पहुंच गया ऐसा मुझे इन्फॉर्मेशन है। और बाद में चार्टर फ्लैट में बैठे, पहले पैसा हाथ में दे दो, वो पैसा लिया है लोगों ने, और बाद में चार्टर फ्लाइट दिया। नांदेड़ से, पुणे से, 3 जगह से चार्टर फ्लाइट छोड़े।
There are so many unregistered things going on. And we are not secretive, we are working on open ground. We are calling people and telling them about Sangha. This is politics. And all these gimmicks are being tried. We will do that. We are used to it. After say 10-15 years of starting of Sangha, we had to face all these things. We are used to it. If they don't happen, we feel something is amiss. They want to, in some way, on one side hamper the Sangha work, on the side create doubts in the minds of people. But that is no more possible because people know us. They say we are secretive. Our Karyakartas live in all localities. People are daily seeing them. Our shakhas are on open grounds. People are daily seeing them. We have public programs. We have such an enormous outreach in this year.
The issue of West Asia crisis and in fact the closure of Strait of Hormuz actually dominated the G7 summit in Évian, France, and in fact French presidency of the G7 summit actually invited the GCC countries, the Gulf nations like Qatar, United Arab Emirates and other partner countries to discuss about this issue, the energy crisis, the disruption of the global oil supply lines, how that can be restored, how that can be fixed, and how the Strait of Hormuz can be restored as far as the freedom of navigation is concerned, as far as the global sea lanes of communication is concerned, as per the status of 27 February 2026, that is before the onset of this West Asia crisis. As far as assurances are concerned, this was a forum actually to discuss and deliberate that how these partners can work together to build a system, to build a trust where the freedom of navigation can be ensured. And ahead of this meeting, U.S. President Donald Trump gave a very positive news. In fact, he has approved a deal with Iran, which is likely to be signed very soon in Switzerland, which is just across Évian, and this is going to be a very important development as far as the U.S. Iran relation is concerned. And in fact, the world has taken a sigh of relief that Strait of Hormuz likely to be opened, and in fact the status of 27 February 2026, which is like freedom of navigation for the international maritime trade and oil supply tankers will be restored, and that is the hope. The global powers will be working to ensure that Strait of Hormuz remain open.
I really like you.
I really like you too.
Five years after they stole the spotlight during the Spider-Man No Way Home press tour, Tom Holland and Zendaya are back together, and fans cannot get enough. The Hollywood stars made a rare joint appearance in Madrid to launch promotions for Spider-Man Brand New Day.
I can't believe our first hit MIT! MJ, come on, pretend like you're not the happiest you've ever been in your entire life.
I can't.
I knew it!
Instantly sending social media into overdrive. Photos, videos, and fan edits flooded the internet within minutes, turning the event into one of the biggest pop culture moments of the week. The Madrid photo call quickly became a fashion talking point. Zendaya arrived in a dramatic black Christian coven ensemble featuring cascading fringe detailing, while Holland opted for a black suit paired with a bold red shirt. Fans immediately noticed the subtle Spider-Man-inspired color palette, drawing comparisons to the coordinated fashion moments that became a hallmark of the No Way Home press tour. For a long time Marvel fans, the appearance felt full circle. During the Spider-Man No Way Home promotional tour, Tom Holland and Zendaya became the center of attention at premiere from Los Angeles to London. Zendaya's new iconic spiderweb-inspired Valentino look and the couple's red carpet appearances helped turn the film's global rollout into a cultural moment. Now 5 years later, the duo is once again leading a Spider-Man campaign together. But beyond the fashion statements and Marvel nostalgia, it was their effortless chemistry that truly captured fans' attention. Many fans described the appearance as the return of Tom Dyer, while others revisited clips and photographs from the No Way Home era, sparking a wave of nostalgia online.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Big statement coming in from U.S. President Donald Trump on the peace deal with Iran. Barely 48 hours before the signing of that framework agreement in Geneva, President Trump says the Iran MOU is not final. If I don't like the agreement, we will go back to dropping bombs.
Well, that's right. The agreement will take 60 more days. It's an initial MOU that will be signed on Friday in Geneva. And Trump is talking about the final agreement, saying that if that final agreement is not to his liking, he's going to go back to bombing. Now, Trump has also said that the alternative that the world faces is worldwide depression. Stupid people want to have a worldwide depression. That's what Trump is saying, warning the world that should they not agree with Trump's terms and conditions, that they will go back to the war and it could mean depression.
Another statement that he's made, go on, Gita.
He's also said that the Strait of Hormuz has partially opened up, but will reopen fully in 2 days.
Interesting. Before we get you more on the story, listen in to the U.S. President.
We'll be discussing a little bit about the deal with Iran at the 4 o'clock news conference. It's a great deal for a lot of reasons, but number one, by far, 99.9% is they will never have a nuclear weapon, and you can't give Iran a nuclear weapon. And they will never have a nuclear weapon, so that's very, very strong. It's a very strong deal. Nobody knows what it is, but it's very strong. And most people seem to be very happy. Who's really happy is the market, because the market's gone up thousands of points over the last 4 or 5 days since hearing about it. And the Strait is going to be opening. It's already partially opened. It's going to be opening up soon in full over the next day or two. It's false. That people, you can invest if you want. I mean, what am I going to do? Say nobody's ever allowed to invest? No, we're not investing. We're not putting up 10 cents. And People can decide to do that, but that's up to them. I mean, do you want me to say nobody's ever allowed to invest in a country? I'll say it with Egypt. Nobody's allowed to invest in Egypt. Am I supposed to say that?
So let's quickly cut across to Washington, D.C. Rohit Sharma joins us with the latest on this. Rohit, is this again President Trump blowing hot, blowing cold on that deal with Iran 48 hours before the deal? If I'm not happy, we go back to bombing Iran.
Yeah, one of the things that has come out through this MOU, Gaurav, is the fact that there is going to be an extended period of negotiations when it comes to those two sticking points, which is one of them being the nuclear weapons. So I think the MOU, which President Trump is going to go line by line, as we've been told during his press conference today, I think that one of the things that they've agreed to is that there will be at least a 60-day time where they would negotiate those finer details. And I think this is what President Trump is trying to say. Like, if in those 60 days, if they're not able to reach an agreement, that would mean that President Trump is saying, well, we can go back to bombing, and which again, as you said, is blowing hot and cold at the same time. But I think he's alluding to the fact that he's putting pressure on the Iranians that, look, we have a MOU right now, but we still have a lot of work to do, which means we still need an agreement that Iran should not pursue those nuclear weapons.
Gita, you traveled to Iran. Does Iran come under pressure?
Well, see, this is exactly what the question is. The nuclear weapon question, Gaurav, was always going to be discussed after the memorandum of understanding. President Trump keeps emphasizing and re-emphasizing that we will not allow Iran to have nuclear weapons. Look at what Iran's stated position has been. Officially, they have been maintaining that they never wanted a nuclear weapon, that they do not want a nuclear weapon. We do know that they have uranium enriched to about 60%. And Sandeep, if you could weigh in, that certainly means that it's not just for civilian purpose, but they themselves have been saying that it's not for nuclear weapons, that they need to continue having the right to possess enriched uranium for civil nuclear purposes. And all this conversation would take place in the 60 days that would follow. The MOU is what is important because that is going to be the focus, bringing about peace and stability in the region, Sandeep, at a time when we're looking at Israel and some of the ministers in Israel who want to continue bombing Lebanon.
Yeah, absolutely, Geeta. There are two questions here, really. One is the Lebanon question, which is Israel's uninterrupted bombing of targets in Lebanon. Basically, Israel is going after Hezbollah. And the other question, of course, as you mentioned, is the highly enriched uranium. There's 440 kgs of that. That is the most contentious thing. That's actually at the heart of the matter, because if Trump wants to claim that he has kept Iran away from a nuclear weapon, then that HEU has to be seized, it has to be destroyed, and then he can announce that they have at least achieved something out of this, for the war that he began on the February 28th, right? And of course, there is going to be obvious comparisons with the JCPOA, which President Obama steered after several years. They came about with an agreement which held until Trump tore it up about 8 years back. He will want an agreement that is much better than the JCPOA, which keeps Iran further away from a nuclear weapon than it has ever been, Geeta.
But when you look at the situation on ground, Ambassador Dogra, 28th of February, the bombing started. 27th of February, Iran was willing to sign the dotted line virtually on everything. They did not want the war to start. But on the 17th of June, is Iran diplomatically and on ground in a much stronger position, arguing its case better, more emphatically, fighting back on every issue, including the control of Strait of Hormuz?
Well, I think this war would long be remembered as a lesson in how diplomacy should be conducted, how strategic messaging should be conveyed. And
Or
Iran,
not. Or not, Ambassador Dogra. Not just how, but how not to.
How not? You're right. How not to from Trump's side, but how to from Iran's side. Because Iran, in my opinion, if there was a score up to 10, is very close to 9, if not 10, actually. Iran has been very balanced in and measured in its responses. You're right. 27th of February, it was nervous as to what the result of a war would be. But it was prepared. And it knocked both Israel and America to ground in a manner and in a way that they had never imagined. Who could imagine that a superpower like America would be made to bite the dust? In fact, Trump virtually is pleading even his latest statement that I'll bomb you. He knows that's not going to happen. It might actually be the reverse case. Israel is deeply wounded, but Netanyahu has his own personal agenda, just like Trump. So we are in a very, very delicate situation because all this bravado by Trump in terms of his statements is meant for his home audience, where his MAGA crowd also is very disappointed with the way things are turning out, with the way things are turning out in the
Yes, Dr. Sekho, is that also your assessment that President Trump does not come out looking victorious the way he hoped, and it's Iran that comes out looking stronger, more resilient, and fighting back to retain every point, including control of Strait of Hormuz and projection of power through the Houthi forces in Bab al-Mandab?
That's what we have seen. Initially, I think Trump and Netanyahu thought that it would be a very quick, decisive victory for the Americans and the Israelis. But I think Iran has played its cards very well, and the way they blockaded the Strait of Hormuz, and also, they have not buckled under U.S. pressure. They said, all right, you can bomb us, and we are willing. We are the oldest civilization who has never been colonized, and we will go back to the rocks and caves and fight from there. So that has been an open challenge, and I think it's Trump's bravado now. He is issuing, as Ambassador Dogra has said, that we will bomb Iran, but I think he's lost the game, and it's a face-saving tactic. His ratings are at their lowest within the United States. You've got a midterm election coming up in November. So his own Republicans are questioning the validity and the viability of this war in the Middle East, which everyone feels was taken at the behest of Netanyahu without really doing their due diligence about the impact. And nobody thought that Iran would hold on.
Okay. Yes. We'll talk about timing because that's very important over here. There's a timeline that was set. Sandeep and I have been discussing this for a while now, so I'll go to Sandeep and Rohit. But before that, let's take a listen as to what Donald Trump had said just a while ago, once more.
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs on their head.
When do you expect the word?
If I don't like it, if they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head, okay? Because they've misbehaved for 47 years. All right? It's false. That people, you can invest if you want. I mean, what am I going to do, say nobody's ever allowed to invest? No, we're not investing. We're not putting up 10 cents. And people can decide to do that, but that's up to them. I mean, do you want me to say nobody's ever allowed to invest in a country? I'll say it with Egypt. Nobody's allowed to invest in Egypt. Am I supposed to say that? We'll be discussing a little bit about the deal with Iran at the 4 o'clock news conference. It's a great deal for a lot of reasons, but number one, by far, 99.9% is they will never have a nuclear weapon. And you can't give Iran a nuclear weapon. And they will never have a nuclear weapon, so that's very, very strong. It's a very strong deal. Nobody knows what it is, but it's very strong. And most people seem to be very happy. Who's really happy is the market, because the market's gone up thousands of points over the last 4 or 5 days since hearing about it. And the Strait is going to be opening. It's already partially opened. It's going to be opening up soon in full over the next day or two.
Well, Rohit, President Donald Trump wants a win one way or the other, and ahead of the July 4th celebrations. So while he's making these threats, while he's continuing to say that he's going to continue bombing Iran if the agreement is not to his liking, he does want to show that there is a victory closer to July 4th.
Absolutely. I think that was one of the things, Geeta, that he had said internally. He didn't want to go to the America 250 celebrations with the war, and especially in the summer with the midterms looming. I think this is one of those things, Geeta, where he's been wanting to have a deal. There has been genuine concern about who they were negotiating with initially, about if they could trust the Iranians or not. And I think especially after the MOU, I think there still remains doubt. I think we have to go back and see what J.D. Vance had said a few days ago. He said, "I cannot come back and say kumbaya. There's still work that needs to be done. But at least for now, we could open the Strait of Hormuz and start talking about getting that uranium from the Iranians, and try to see if the Americans can convince Iranians not to pursue nuclear weapon, and then the guarantees that the Iranians need in terms of stopping the enrichment of uranium and pursuing those weapons." So we'll have to wait and watch. But I think, as far as President Trump is concerned, I think people around him have said that he wants this deal. He wants to stop the war. He wants to get out of it. And he's willing to do that. And he's willing to give a longer rope, which he's done, over 60 days of negotiation. But at the same time, if he doesn't get those guarantees, he always has the option to go back and do what he thinks would be right for America.
Fair enough, and that's a story we'll be tracking very closely. We have to slip into a quick break here. Remember, India has always advocated a solution through dialogue and diplomacy. That is something that India has emphasized, perhaps even today. So about an hour and a half to go for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meeting with the US President Donald Trump. Once again, trust deficit. That's something that India has repeatedly now raised on the world stage. That story and lots more with Geeta and I. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
The issue of West Asia crisis and, in fact, the closure of Strait of Hormuz actually dominated the G7 summit in Évian, France. And, in fact, French presidency of the G7 summit actually invited the GCC countries, the Gulf nations like Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and other partner countries to discuss about this issue, the energy crisis, the disruption of the global oil supply lines, how that can be restored, how that can be fixed, and how the Strait of Hormuz can be restored as far as the freedom of navigation is concerned, as far as the global sea lanes of communication is concerned, as per the status of 27 February 2026, that is before the onset of this West Asia crisis. As far as assurances are concerned, this was a forum actually to discuss and deliberate that how these partners can work together to build a system, to build a trust where the freedom of navigation can be ensured. And ahead of this meeting, U.S. President Donald Trump gave a very positive news. In fact, he has approved a deal with Iran, which is likely to be signed very soon in Switzerland, which is just across Évian, and this is going to be a very important development as far as the U.S. Iran relation is concerned. And in fact, the world has taken a sigh of relief that Strait of Hormuz likely to be opened, and in fact the status of 27 February 2026, which is like freedom of navigation for the international maritime trade and oil supply tankers will be restored, and that is the hope. The global powers will be working to ensure that Strait of Hormuz remain open. Prime Minister Narendra Modi participated in one of the sessions of G7 summit, and in fact the name of that session was Forging New Partnership and Rebuilding International Solidarity, wherein Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that world is not facing the challenge of shortage of resources, but rather the biggest problem, the biggest challenge is trust deficit, and world need to work and build the bridges of trust. Besides that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also highlighted the issue of seafarers. During the West Asia crisis, we have seen how
these seafarers were stranded. They were stuck on in high seas, and in fact, how 3 of the Indian sailors became collateral damage. In fact, they lost their life because of the U.S. naval action around the Arabian Sea and Gulf of Oman, and that was the issue. And sitting close to U.S. President Donald Trump, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made this point, and he said that we should try and build a system where our seafarers, who are the backbone of the global maritime trade, should work or could work without any fear. Besides that, Prime Minister Modi, as I mentioned, sitting close to US President Donald Trump, mentioned the fact that, and in fact, he quoted former US President Ronald Reagan, and he said that trust but verify. And that is very important. He also highlighted the issue of technology being misused to spread mistrust and distrust, and that need to be fixed.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Some films arrive with expectations. Others create a storm so powerful that the entire industry is forced to take notice. And Peddi belongs to the latter category. Like a champion stepping into the arena and refusing to back down, Ram Charan's latest blockbuster has continued its dominant run at the box office, smashing records and winning audiences across the globe. As the film marches into its second weekend, Peddi has crossed an impressive 366 crore worldwide, including 206 crore rupees net in India, cementing its position as one of the biggest cinematic successes of the year. Interestingly, the film's team also announced that Peddi has emerged as South India's highest grossing film of 2026, adding yet another milestone to its remarkable journey. Written and directed by Bucci Babu Sana, Peddi features Ram Charan in the titular role alongside an ensemble cast including Shivaraj Kumar, Janhvi Kapoor, Divyendu Sharma and Jagapati Babu in pivotal roles. At its core, Peddi tells the story of a young man who rises through intense sporting battles while confronting rivalry, pride and the crushing weight of expectations.
The court verdict said you have the right to love, the right to choose. But in a world ruled by documents and red tape, living together peacefully requires more than just love. it requires a legal existence. In 2025, policy proposals were sent to the high-powered committee. While the larger policy issues still wait for the recommendations of the committee, some ministries and departments have issued executive orders. The RBI allowed joint bank accounts, Centre allowed ration cards to non-married couples. Companies and government offices opened up to hiring openly trans persons and gay persons. The problem, however, is that schemes on paper are different from actual implementation. Even as banking law allows non-blood related persons to open joint accounts, a gay couple who tries to get one could face clueless bankers who ask for certification of marriage or a company partnership. Education policy about inclusion and awareness has not yet translated into textbooks. There are positive steps being taken by some states also for employment, education, even medical treatment. Queer couples and activists have now gone back to court for some specific small issues that could make their life easier.
Watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
A handshake that made headlines. G7's most high-stakes bilateral. Trade and tariff tussle on talks table. From a handshake to hard bargain. The Modi-Trump meet. Top focus on 5 Live. The Modi-Trump meet. Top focus on 5 Live.
Broadcast, I'm Gaurav Sawant, with me Geeta Mohan and our entire team in India and in France. All eyes on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meeting with the US President Donald Trump. Will this relationship return on an even keel? Will there be forward movement, Geeta, on the trade deal? Big question remains.
That's right. But before that, there's some breaking news that's coming in at this point in time from France. Ahead of key bilateral meeting with Trump, Prime Minister Modi is holding talks with German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Modi-Merz meet at Évian on the sidelines of the G7 summit.
Now, the German Chancellor was in India. He led a big delegation of 23